And okay, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Twitch, we're live everywhere. Hello, Pakni, hello, Drex. Does the manganelle still spoil food? I'll need to check that, probably not. I didn't even have time to make the video on that. I'll need to go back and do that. Way too much AoE 2 stuff. I really need to find more time to get YouTube editing done. Because that basically eats into my non-AoE 2 time right now, which I don't have any of. Alright, so right away, Hearttt seems to be very impressed with Crab's drafting. She must have drafted, like, really quickly. He wrote, "Damn, you came ready." I don't know if that was the drafts or the fast lobby hosting or whatever, but we're gonna figure this out. Hearttt is right away into Jungle Rumble. I'm a bit late in getting this started and they drafted quickly. Let me get this going. Alright, this is not the LY qualifier. This will be best of 5, the Sudden Disaster round of 128. Is purple versus red visible for people? That I don't know. Even hosted a lobby. Yes. So right now we'll keep the colors, I guess. If anyone has trouble seeing, let me know and then I'll change it. But we'll have Crab playing as the purple Lithuanians. She'll be to the south of the map, south and the west, and the east, I guess, just to the overall south. She will be pushing in some zebras on the outside. Are there zebras on Jungle Rumble? This is South America, right? Why are there zebras here? It's supposed to be like a South American, I don't know. We also have Hearttt. He'll be playing to the north as the Turks. So Lithuanians versus Turks. Good skirms so Lithuanians can be useful here. Looks like Hearttt does have a villager beyond the house walls. Watcher number 2, hello Eric. Hello on YouTube, hello, hello, hello. Did Hearttt get a villager over here? No, just the light cav, Well, that could be a bit annoying for Crab. I know Crab has been practicing for this. So Heartt's going for the forward castle drop. It is sudden death, you get 2 TCs, that's it. Oh, Crab is in the back of the back, and Hearttt is none the wiser. Crab is in the back. It's pikeman time, and oh, it's gonna be a pikeman ram push. It's gonna be a pikeman ram push on this TC. Okay, so Hearttt going for the kill in the middle, Crab on the outside. Crab versus Hearttt, yes. Hello Maxos, hello Isle of Baskets. Yep, her name looks like a crab, exactly. So she has a sneak in the back, pikeman and workshop. Oh, yes, and as long as she can hold against the Janissaries, she'll be okay. Lithuanians do have good monks, and it's probably going to be a monk defense here against the Janissaries. She has to be careful about those farmers on the front. Janissaries will pick them off. Scores are still pretty close. Now, Crab might be 1400 1v1, but I know she's been preparing for this, and she definitely can play much better than that. If she's locked in, I think Hearttt could be at a risk. He might not know what he's got himself into with this matchup. He still does not know about this sneak. There's armor for the pikeman, there's a third ram, and it's gonna be a ram push on this TC. So we might end up in a situation where Hearttt loses his TC on the outside, but Crab loses her TC in the middle. Because they're going to be Trebs now, and I don't think there's a way she can stop the Trebs in the Castle Age. That's just going to be lost. And the problem on this map is that the middle is where all the gold is. Middle is where the gold is. And there's another castle drop. There's another castle drop. That'll be right on the TC. Yeah, so this TC... oh, imagine if she one-shot the castle with the TC. This TC will be gone. In sudden death, you need to lose both of your TCs, but here comes the ram push. 12 pikemen inside, deleting the barracks to move it more forward. She wants more presence on the outside. I guess all the stone is on the outside, but if you're this rich with the gold in the middle, especially as the Turks, you can just get the stone. How is this fair? It's the round of 128, so there are going to be some unfair matchups. It's a simple, single elimination 128 player bracket. I guess losing the TC doesn't mean she loses all the vills. She's almost chopped through. I mean, she's almost ready to save all those vills. But I think there's going to be a lot of death. And then the problem is the Janissaries are going to kill all the vills here. And Heartt's going to lose the TC on the outside. Heartt's going to lose this TC. Yeah, can he actually repair the TC with these vills? Because these pikemen, they have armor. They have their second armor on the way. Heartt wisely is doing fletching so we can kill the pikemen more quickly. One ram goes down, but 2 remain. The TC's at half HP. Another ram goes down. Crab's going to come forward with another workshop. Maybe the ram push was just a bit too slow on the outside. Pikemen are going to kill some vills out here. And I think as much as the rams go down, the pikemen are killing vills. And maybe Heartt won't be able to stop more rams, as the pikemen are still there. Okay, so Crab's lost everything on the inside. She's now down under 40 vills. And more ram pushes here. Alright, I'm getting tagged on Discord. And, well, there's the GG from Crab. Alright. I like that strategy, though. I like that. On the outside. Does this map require losing both TCs? Yes, multiple TC maps in sudden death, you need to lose both of them. Same as losing both kings in Regicide, or all of the kings if you have multiple kings. So Turks were a very good sit for the castle drop, right? I wonder if there's room for what Crab was doing with this strategy. Oh, I forgot to even enable the mouse cursor in Capture Age. That's how sudden I am. I'm getting this. Sudden like a sudden disaster. I accidentally opened a folder in Visual Studio. Let's hope that doesn't crash anything. I wonder if there's room for going, like, pikemen or light cav in the middle of the map? Because if you see the Turks, you're probably expecting the castle drop. Maybe do something in the middle to stop the... Even just like an archer opening in the middle to stop the castle drop, somehow. Because if this first castle has to be at home instead of forward, then she's buying herself more time. Maybe she can get like 5 rams or some more pikemen in this push. Patch 30 minutes before your set was a sudden disaster. The patch in the middle of any event is a sudden disaster. Oh, I need to change my transition so it's not the cut. I was doing coding the other day and had the cut transition. Alright, so... I mean... A good win for Heartt, but I think Crab showed some potential there. I know she has some strategies planned. So let's just get this updated. Let's see. 1-0 for Heartt. And so he will win a Jungle Rumble. And that will be a win for the Turks and a loss for the Lithuanians. So fairly high picks for both of them. Also a very low pick of the Spanish. Gujar, where is Crab going to use the Gujaras as the very first pick? Now that is interesting. Does it vary? Yes, it's total food in the middle, a specific god. If you put... It's the total food in the middle, so if you put 150 food on a cow versus the 100 food of the sheep, the cow will generate more food. You'd hate to meet the top 5 player in round 1. People are already asking me about the cartographer's maps being broken. Alright. We fix later today. And Akare is the next map. Akare is the next map. If they finally push the update, these games are played on the old patch because we're not prepared for the update. All right, so Akare, the 2-castle map. Here we'll have Crab as the purple Mongols to the west, Mangudai from the castles, and then Hearttt as the red Koreans to the east. Ooh, I would have loved if Crab blamed that boar. Anyway, Mangudai versus war wagons. Important to remember that war wagons, even though they might look like siege, are not actually carrying around the siege armor class. So the Mangudai do not get bonus damage against them, and usually war wagons can win against Mangudai. Just had a team game arena missing some walls. Oh no, Maxos. Probably a new patch issue. I think at some point I want to just take all of this like standard maps and make my own versions of them. And that way when we do community games and whatnot, we can play on those maps and we don't need to have any of the default DE maps, which often are kind of broken. Reticles are snipe civs? Yes. So you pull off the draft and then the reticled targeted sniped civs are ones that after the draft are banned. Alright. So boar being lured in from Crab. Castles are shooting at the walls, yes, the neutral walls. Once you attack one, the castle keeps attacking the walls until it attacks something else. So if the scout runs by, you can target the scout and get the castle to stop attacking the walls. I don't know if you actually want all the walls removed or not. Could you rush with scouts and capture an enemy castle? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. That's why I'm interested in seeing a map where someone just maybe picks Berbers for the faster vills and also camel archers. You use your own vills to capture your castle, and then you run your scout immediately towards the enemy one and try to capture it. Might catch someone off guard. Oh, so Hearttt is also fishing. Hearttt has gone to the south. He's adding in some fishing ships. What do you mean capture? They are Gaia castles, and you capture them just like a Gaia unit in a scenario. Starts neutral. What's my favorite new map from the update, and why is it Aqua Arena? I haven't played Aqua Arena yet. We'll have to try it out. I have that map gives me flashbacks to the Mangrove Shallows Cup, where we had some Mangrove Arena versions and Mangrove BF. And so Feudal Age on the way from Crab. As Mongols, maybe it's viable just to take the hunt and not to fish. And she's going for stone. Alright. And I know she has plans. I know that she has practiced quite a lot. I played some games against Turs and No Zombie. So some pretty high-level players. Not quite the level of Hearttt, but some pretty high-level players regardless. And she must be feeling pretty confident about some of her strats, I'd say. So accept Sardis as an answer. So res collected still pretty even. I mean, Crab's even ahead despite not fishing. That's the strength of the Mongols in the Dark Age. Koreans will have the fish boom, but no actual eco bonus themselves. They only mine stone faster. I guess Vill line of sight is nice, but that's about it. No eco bonus for them. So Crab is on stone, 2 Vills on stone, and by the looks of it, she's not taking any gold. I wonder if she's gonna somehow FC off of this build. Is this map ready for team games? I don't know. Bazzi, do you know if this map is ready for team games? Bazzi didn't personally make Forest Breach. Castles also give pop, so you lose the pop space if you... The castles cannot swap ownership. Once you capture, it's yours. It's not like the trade workshops on Aftermath. It is simply, once you capture, it is yours. This format, you'd go to stone fast to drop a castle. Well, Hearttt is thinking drop stone walls. He's thinking something's up. And I mean, it is sudden disaster. Something is up. Has he scouted? I just saw he probably saw all the vills on the stone there. Can she go full Mangudai? I mean, she might be able to. The problem is, I think full War Wagon probably counters full Mangudai. Because like I said at the start, Mangudai don't get any attack bonus against War Wagons, and War Wagons just have better stats. They have so much more HP. Okay, so Hearttt with the heal bonus there. Crab taking a fight. Awkwardly mining the stone. No second mining camp here. Just YOLO castle drop. And honestly, does the castle range the TC if she gets it up? There go the vills, let's go. She's sending an entire village to raise the castle. She's got 23 villagers, 19 of whom are running forward. And oh crap, run the scout to the south. Don't let Hearttt spot this. Ooh, Heartt's gonna see it. Hearttt sees it. I think maybe Crab should just ran the scout straight to the south and tried to get Hearttt to chase. So he's already doing a defensive tower. I don't know if one tower stops this. He's got some anti-castle houses going up. Oh yeah, he's got the houses. He got the houses. He knows how to stop this. He's also gonna dance on the foundation with the scout too. Oh, there's the castle. She does find a spot for it. Not in range of the TC though. Not in range of the TC. Will have to be petards, but at least there's a lot of room outside of that tower to build it. Now this is where I guess all the vills are gonna focus down the wall, and she's just gonna go 5 petards. That just got spicy. Yeah. The problem is if you only have 5 petards, then quick walls can come into play. So the castle will be taken out by, or the tower can be taken out by the castle. That's definitely a thing. So War Wagons for Hearttt. Heartt's gonna send his own vills forward. And this is where, I mean, you could get triple castle petard production. The problem is 4 petards, right? She has a total of 4. That's not gonna destroy TC. She's gonna need to get a 5th petard somehow. I don't know how that's gonna happen. The build, I guess, slightly off. Yeah, War Wagons also train a little faster, and War Wagons also will be disrupting the economy. So she somehow needs to get a 5th petard here. Either that, or she's gonna be rushing down the TC with the villagers in addition to the petard. And maybe that's the play? The castle's gonna kill a War Wagon here. That's huge. And when you have 1 or 2 War Wagons, that is huge. Could this work? 1, 2, 3. And now Hearttt can repair. He can repair. You need all the petards at once. You can't let repairs come in. There's another petard, and she can't train anymore. The War Wagons are on the gold. She's got 14 villagers, and all of them are here. There's a GG. All right, Hearttt goes up 2-0. That almost worked. That almost worked. I'm still intrigued on this map by the potential of double castle petard production in the back, and then maybe Crab could have had a slightly different build. Maybe she also fishes or something in the Dark Age. And just go up slightly later so you get more eco, and then after the forward castle, you get triple castle petard production. So you get maybe you go up later, but you get your petards forward earlier. I don't know, but that was I like that build. It's a combo of the Mongols, right? So the Mongol food bonus, so you get up faster with the hunt. Then you take the castle, so you don't need any houses, and she only had 4 vills on wood, so that was just enough for mining camps, the mill, and the market and blacksmith. That was I mean, look at that, only 21 vill extra. That was almost precisely what she needed. If she could have gotten 2 or 3 more petards, this works. This was really close to working. And she does have to try stuff like that, but I mean, look at that TC. What? It's at 942 hit points. Just a couple of small differences in the build, right? I mean, maybe even just don't send 20 vills forward, maybe, or 19 vills forward. Maybe send like 15, keep 4 on berries. You can get more petards then. Maybe then that works. I don't know, but like some slight differences to that build, and this feels like this has potential. Alright, so score out here. This will make it 1-0. And that's a win for the Koreans and a loss for the Mongols. And I'll get into the next game. Looks like it'll be on Wellsprings, and I'm interested to see what Crab has cooked up for Wellsprings. Alright, lots of DMs to go through. Hello, Anthony on YouTube. Here's 650 elo, so what do I... Hey, 650 elo is just extra surprising if you take a win off of a pro in Sudden Disaster. Oh, and Danny, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you, Kinbine, for the follow. We're here watching Hearttt versus Crab, with 2 games that honestly were somewhat competitive considering the elo bonus, or the elo difference. Alright. Ooh, so Hearttt has changed his color. It is now blue versus purple. I'll put him in red. Is that easier to see versus purple? I don't know, but that's what he was the first couple games, so we'll keep him there. Hello, everyone. Alex Hogenschmogen, Daniela, Caterpillar, Make a House, Cthulhu, JPQY. If there are other names in the chat, welcome to the chat. Scrolled too far. So this is Wellsprings. So Hearttt will be playing as the red Portuguese to the south. Crab will be playing as the purple Gajars to the north. The Gajars were her very first picked civ. And she has the sheep in the mill. This is Wellsprings. You have 30k food on the shorefish under the mill. When you destroy any segment of the aqueduct, the entire aqueduct explodes in a fiery mess and creates an opening into your enemy base. Now, Hearttt has had the misfortune of having his gate spawn right next to the aqueduct, so the opening in his base actually is going to be 6 tiles wide. Crab would only have a 3-tile opening, and honestly, since it's a diagonal, it's only a 2-tile opening. As far as the aqueduct spawns go, this is about as good as Crab could have hoped for. So, yes, what has John Slow? What have John Slow Torments ever given us? They've given us the aqueduct. We have an explosive aqueduct. And right now, she's just putting everyone on food. Everyone literally on food. 3 more Vills and Loom. And after that amazing display of Mongol uptime last game, might see something else impressive here with the Gajars with all those sheep in the mill. Yeah, her name's actually crabsicle. Her name is the ASCII art of a crab. It does not kill the villagers, no. But there are no more fish after the explosion, so destroying the aqueduct quickly could actually be a plan to deprive your opponent of food. You do have a lot of food left over on the map. Maybe it would be a good idea to remove the standard resources of boar and sheep, force the players to use the aqueduct, and make some type of destroying the aqueduct early strategy viable. hello, totally legit. Alright, maybe a bit of micro. A couple of vills could be on the right side too. But oh yeah, look at that. And just about up, not quite there. Tiny bit of idle time. One more food, there we go, and she's up. She's up, and is it better to collect food and sell it? What is she gonna do here? Going heavily over to wood. And hello, Tripta. I need to do that. No, actually, Academic Gecko. This is played on the old patch. The patch came in the middle of the round, so we had all the games be played on the old patch. So the new pathing is not here yet. No new pathing. I think we did hit a point where all 128 slots were filled, though. So I joined the admin team, or John So asked me to host a bit late on in the process, so we weren't able to get a Silver League or Community League set up. Hopefully for future events that we have that. Is the pathing better too, or just newer? I don't know. Maybe it's newer. It's the old patch. Yes, exactly. Crab has lost 2 games due to pathing. Imagine if her rams were faster in the game number 1, or her vills were faster in game number 2. So, okay, it's going to be a feudal age rush here on 15 vills for what? For the tower. And is the tower just going to destroy the aqueduct? Oh, it probably will. And then she has a plan to go in. Oh, imagine if she steals all these sheep and then like brings them back and puts them in a mill somehow. That would be epic. The boars are forward, so she could lame them. It's the old patch, so you still can lame properly. No, Crab, destroy the aqueduct with the tower. I don't know if that's a good plan or not. Oh, she's going for the tower rush. Okay. Something's got to be planned. This can't just be a tower rush. There has to be something else to this. Something more to this. I don't think vills can attack the aqueduct. I think it's like the wall and the wall. Vills can't actually attack it. I guess it would take a long time for the tower to destroy it, though, with 10 pierce armor. Okay, so Hearttt gonna wall up behind this. Do his own defensive tower, maybe? Okay, he's gonna go for his own defensive tower. Go for a market. Tower probably needs to be shooting the gate instead of the house, maybe. Okay, there you go. Not Sunnyflower, thank you very much for the sub. Okay, so Crab's gonna get back. Hearttt will abandon the tower now that he sees the vills off the gate. But the vills will go back. And this is open still. I mean, Hearttt is not fully walled here. This is open. Camel coming here. Okay, there's fletching. And there's a forward blacksmith. More stone. I guess she's relying on the aqueduct herself for food, so it will be awkward to destroy it. And Hearttt still has a lot of backup food under the TC, so he's clicked up to the Castle Age. Alright. So Crab's even up the Vill difference, though. Hearttt had a tiny bit of idle time, at least. It's only about 2 Vills of a difference in idle time. So it's not all that bad. Probably going for a mining camp. There are quite a few pathing changes with videos attached in the update notes. We'll have to take a look at those. Would Kuman feudal rams work here? Maybe. Kumans are an awkward sudden death pick, though, because they can't build a second TC. So they lose out on their main eco bonus. I have no idea how Cenotes was spawned Hagbitter. There's a good chance maps are broken in the update, but that specifically I haven't seen. Yeah, I think it's a standard map though. Should just have standard resources. If it doesn't, then something probably broke. So double monastery for Hearttt. He's gonna go for a monk rush by the looks of it. I'm gonna be able to click up soon. Yeah, right, it's a trade-off, right? You do get the Rams and Feudal, and maybe there are sudden death maps where that could work. I mean, maybe this is a map where you go Kuman Rams, destroy the Aqueduct, and then ram the TC. That could maybe work. So, market for Crab, that'll be her second building. When that's finished, she'll be up. And I mean, it is only a 1 TC play, so it's not like you're adding in extra TCs and getting more eco if you're up to the Castle Age faster. You're just strictly advancing to the Castle Age with fewer vills. So Crab wanted an outpost. The villager will do the work of the outpost for her. And she'll see the monks, those Portuguese monks in their new graphics coming forward. And she might need to move her lumber camp to the back. Has to be aware of that as the monks come in. That vill might just need to be deleted there. Delete. Yep. Alright, there's a barracks in the rear. Crab can take straggler trees, but has to be wary of the monks now. I'm buying wood. I mean, she's gonna have a ton of light cap for fighting the monk rush. Hearttt actually is gonna need to do pikemen along with this push. He doesn't have a barracks yet. She actually might be able to stop the double stable light cav. Actually could stop this monk rush. Actually could stop that quite well. Yeah, feudal rams killing the aqueduct might be the best on this map. That's a good thought. This is now where Hearttt actually probably wants to ram the aqueduct, as Crab is getting more eco from the aqueduct than he is. And she will wall behind this. Or Nilly. He's trying to do a house to disrupt the walling. That's not gonna work. She can destroy that wall and then wall behind. This is awkward. Anyway, the double stable scout cav production has commenced. She'll probably get light cav as soon as she can afford it. Probably wants to do forging right now from the blacksmith too. And we'll need to run away from the shorefish at some point. And maybe that point is now. Light cav will run around the back. There's the forward barracks for Hearttt now that he sees the stable. Still just scouts. 6 more scouts queued. And his Hearttt devoted. Oh, thank you, Old Man Willow, for the sub. Why would you eat fish from an aqueduct? It is somewhat awkward, I would have to agree there. And the monk rush is going to be killed. The monk rush will be killed. The scouts are going to do their job. Goodbye, monks. Goodbye, monks. She's down by around 3,000 resources collected, and the spears are coming out. But the scouts are doing their job. It's an 8 vill difference, but maybe a couple of vills here will die for Hearttt. Scouts can pick off some spears. They gotta focus the spears. Okay, okay. Another monk here could go down. Sanctity is in. Oh, that monk didn't take much damage from the scout there. Interesting. Trying to hold on to that shorefish. Bills want to repair the ram. She has the eco to pump light cav as long as she has that shorefish there. The vills are going to engage in the fight. The vills will engage. More monks in the rear. Hearttt trying to wall in the monk. Doesn't get the quick wall down in time. Doesn't get the quick wall down. The Vill's still fighting the Rams. Scout getting to the Monk, so probably won't get the kills there. Only 3 Vills on food now, so there goes all that food supply she had. And there, oh, there's the GG. Here's the GG, and Hearttt will take it 3-0. I think that second game, she actually came pretty close to getting a win, though. I don't know what the strategy here was. I guess it was just a really fast up for a Trush with the mill. Maybe didn't quite get the Vills collecting properly in the Dark Age for all the food she wanted. Felt like she was maybe a bit slow. Had like a min to vital time. I would have got stuck 3 times in idle before attacking. Also, everyone, I need to get overlays set up. Had way too much work the past few days with the new patch, but I will have sub goals for this tournament, and the sub goals will be at 100 subs. We'll do the small maps for this event, 36 by 36 tile sudden death maps. At 300 subs, we'll do a Civ Builder sudden death FFA, and at 500 subs, I will cast the finals in a chicken cosplay. So 13 to 13 KD, at least the KD was even. So what, 3,000 more res collected once all the Vills went forward for the Trush. So 14-minute castle time there from Hearttt. Took great advantage of his shorefish. Chicken cosplay, yes, Jimbox, chicken cosplay. When will Ganji play? Did he play already? I could have sworn he played already, maybe I'm wrong though. I did not see the new 3D water. That's a setting I always turned off because it looked weird to me. If they changed it, I'll have to check it out. I haven't read through the patch notes yet. I need to find a good chicken costume to use though. I started looking through them on Amazon the other day. So GG's there. And let's see what else we have to cast from this set. So just going to do a quick ad to get the timer reset. And then we'll find another set. There should be a lot of sets still going on today. Now let me check the schedule. Firm times. Oh, this is not organized. Let's see, we had any other Tuesday games. At 22 GMT, we're gonna have Survivalist. Oh, we'll have Dave Hun versus Chaos to win. And that'll be in just over an hour. I don't know if there are any other games going on before then. Admins can let me know what the schedule is. Oh, there's also FreakinAndy versus John Perkins in an hour. And in 2 hours, there's Thunderbolt versus ceepki. And at 22 GMT, the Survivalist is playing. Survivalist Matza. I want to cast that. Then Uzi's at 23 GMT. Oh gosh, lots of games today. Alright. John Perkins should start soonish. I saw a 20 GMT on their schedule. Let me just read through the schedule again. Oh yeah, FreakinAndy versus John Perkins, yes. Oh, it is 20 GMT now. Don't have to wait until 21. Okay, yes, let me just write that. There's John Perkins. All caps. $20 GMPs in 6 minutes, yes. I got it confused with 21. For too much patch. Dave Hahn equal Dave the streamer? Nope, it's a different Dave. That's a different Dave. Alright, so let me just transition the overlay. And we'll just wait for that match to start. Just wait for that match. So FreakinAndy against John Perkins. What is the elo of John Perkins? That's a good question. Do any of the admins know what John Perkins' elo is? It's, he's around 1,500. Low. I'll say that, Bozzy. This is not a 50k S tier tournament. No, this is a 10k tournament, though. This is 10k. I don't know. What does Wikipedia classify this at? Is this A or B tier? Oh, it's A tier. It is 10k A tier, though. So it's the next closest thing. Okay, confirm the Cenotes bug. All right, that would be a good thing to promote. New patch out. New patch is out. Yes, these games are being played on the old patch. Because they're in the middle of a tournament round and we're not updating in the middle of the round. But subsequent games, unless the patch is really bugged, will probably be in future rounds on the new patch. Dev picks, well, a lot of Trezini's maps he has added to the game. I made the mistake of opening Wikipedia without ad block and got bombarded by ads. All right, so let's see. Do we have a draft? So many things to keep track of. AV2CM.net. Do we have a draft for this set? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Okay, good. Civ draft, map draft. Okay, what's TCC? TCC is the T90 Community Cup. It's well, I guess the name I think pretty much explains what it is. It's an event for people using a map pool assembled by Rbase, who admins most of T90's main events like TTL or WWC or Hidden Cup. So let's see, as they're drafting, Celts, Byzantines, and Persians. Now that's a draft for John Perkins. Is there a place to see the round of 128 data? What do you mean by data? If you mean by brackets, yes, it's on challenge. And hello, Maple Leaf Lancer, how are you doing? Persians and Mongols sniped off. So the very first picks both sniped off here. Seems like a lot of people don't know about the auto garrison hotkey. That is a couple of patches old, according to Reddit feedback. Yeah, that's a hotkey that it really came to prominence because people used it, I think, for rams, right? It was part of the like garrison and rams. I guess you can just do that by clicking on rams too. A single or double elim? This is single elimination. Single elimination. So you lose and you're out. Is the YouTube stream frozen? It looks like it's good on my end. Someone on YouTube can confirm that. We're just at the draft page waiting for the game to start. Up and there we go. There we go. They are starting. Oh, that one you mean. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, you can put the flag on all the buildings. Yes, that is a thing. It was kind of awkward to use from what I've seen. I tried to set up a hotkey for it, but I need to start using it more. That was a nice one, though. Failed to download match content. Thanks, DE. Relics spawn inside a gold tile. Oh no. Alright. Attempt number 2 to spectate the game. Hopefully this goes well. She had no sea hits, but the enemy did. Oh no. Alright, so here we are. FreakinAndy will be playing as the Inca against John Perkins as the Celts. We are caught up to real time there. There we go, we've joined successfully. And this is the round of 128, so not the closest ELO matchup, 2560 against 1496. But you never know when someone could do something surprising. I think we saw Crab in that previous game, or in the previous set, almost get a win in that second game. Maybe a slight tweak to the build and a couple more petards. And that game was actually pretty close. So I'm sure everyone will be rooting for John Perkins here. Andy is pushing an ostrich with his militia. Where's his eagle at? Eagle's around scouting, trying to find his goats. Now this is a very skirmisher heavy map, of course, and the Inca do have their food discount that applies to their skirmishers. Cost minus 15% food in the Dark Age, in the Dark Age, minus 20% food in Feudal. So Feudal skirms will be pumped out from Andy. You don't get a CE gate, you get a Western Digital or Samsung. That's a nice storage drive reference you got there. Reminds me of those old AOK Heaven scenarios where the audio files are split up into several downloads so that each download fits on a floppy disk. That Ulio campaign. So ostrich being lured in by the militia, taken by the vills outside the TC. Can you still buy spinning hard drives? I'm pretty sure. Are there like non... Yeah, usually like hard drives themselves are much cheaper than SSD stills. SSDs are still. Do you want to get like your 8+ terabyte drive just to store a whole bunch of files on? Go ahead. So all the zebras being hunted in the middle there for John Perkins. They're definitely a lot louder though than SSDs with all the spinning components, but you certainly can use them. If you just need a bunch of space, the HDD is definitely cheaper still. However, in this patch you can lame the hunt. And Vil goes down, Scout will go down maybe, Militia dying to TC fire. Okay, Militia goes down, and FreakinAndy's just pumping the Militia now. Those cheaper Militia with their food cost for the Inca. You still buy floppies. Legit Smurf. That's... I wonder what it's like for children growing up these days if they use Microsoft Office and they have to click the floppy disk and the manila folder icons. Those are the ubiquitous save and load icons. But I guess they don't have the reference for that anymore. They see 3D printed save icons? Is that a thing? Oh, loading backups from tape. Lovely. I had to work on healthcare code, or from like the 90s, where the code had at one point used single letter variable names because that saved space and the file was not as large. I had a strong enforcement of that. Of course, no modern file would ever be like that, but back then, it apparently had a huge impact. And every so often, you'd come across a file that still had that style. Global arrays. So big Vil fight in the middle now. Vil count down for John Perkins. He's had a lot of idle TC time. And he's going to have Vils that start to go down right away. But he's getting a couple kills himself, getting his own militia out. The militia rush so far for Andy has been absolutely brutal. At least he's losing a couple of Vils. So 7 villager difference here. More Vils taking the zebras. This is chaos. You know, I saw that the Goths lost their extra attack against the hunt. That's kind of sad. I feel like some of the changes in the patch are attempts to eliminate Dark Age laming instead of attempts to make Dark Age laming more fun. So I think laming's an important part of the Dark Age, and the fact that you can go for it means that you're not just playing the same like build order simulator over and over. That's kind of like why Black Forest is so much fun, because you have the Vil fights and there's action right from the start, and it's not the same build order every time. You gotta adapt to it. And games like this, where we have huge militia rushes from Andy. Going for the mill, going for the Vils. You're going to accidentally kill your hunt with all these changes? I know. Losing a fraction of its total. Yeah, I'm not as opposed to the military change as I am to the TC change. Loom is cheating. Oh my gosh, John's Perkins. Did you not have Loom this entire time? Did he not have Loom earlier? What was that? Did he make militia and not have Loom? Did I miss that? I normally assume players have Loom when they Vil fight, but yes, sometimes you don't. Why did nearly every custom map break with the patch? That is a good question. I'll need to do some more investigation. Like I said, all my cartographers maps broke, but that was specifically because of changes that were added in April that then were further changed that I had used rather hackily. And I'm ready to update my maps once the Community League is finished being played today. I prepared that in the pup. Why the other maps broke, I don't know. I guess people probably didn't check them out in the pup which could have been helpful, but at the same time, you would hope that stuff like that doesn't just break. And it is definitely annoying to see the patch be released, and your expression is not, oh boy, there's a new patch, it's, oh boy, what broke in the patch. I don't think Nilly affects the map scripting, no. I don't think that was his fault. Sovil's all fighting here. Hell's going down. Andy's still cleaning up. Down to 9 vills for John's Perkins. John's Perkins might be defeated here. We might see Andy destroy TC with Militia. And there's the GG. So, FreakinAndy, with the power of Inca, Militia, and Loom, wins a game over John Perkins. As the Celt, he was maybe thinking of those faster Militia in the Dark Age. They did get that bonus back. Yeah, 5% faster in Dark. But not enough to overcome Andy. And GG. This is how Molasako won you in the Nordics. Yeah, Dark Age farms definitely hurt on that map. You want to avoid that as much as possible. That map was won by Andy. Inca over Celts. Next map will be Canberra. Wonderful. Alright, the next map, here we are on Canberra.
Yeah.
So here we have FreakinAndy as the Orange Teutons. He'll be playing to the south, and we'll have John Perkins as the Byzantines to the northeast. Personally, I always felt the Byzantines were one of the best civs for this map. They have the Dromans if you get straight up to the Imperial Age. And they have the Fire Galleys for winning the water. And also a bit of extra HP on their TC, which can matter. Have to pick Goths to counter Inca Drush? Maybe. Did they remove that at some point, then add it back? There's so many balance changes, I don't even know where we're at. I need to like study the tech tree again just to see what has changed. Here's one of the best on every map. That I kind of agree with that. Even these days, kind of viable on Nomad with the Fire Galleys. Tech tree reading stream? Oh boy, maybe. Hello, Epic Sea Dragon. See, Phosphoro? I don't think he's here. He does stream quite a bit, though, if you want to watch him on Twitch. So, Teuton's not a civ that jumps out to me as a sudden death civ on this map. I know when I had this map in for cartographers, Andy DM'd me saying that he liked the map but didn't like its sudden death. So, I don't know what his plan is here now. I don't think he likes sudden death on Canva, which is kind of unfortunate because I think this is one of the best sudden death maps there is. You have so many opportunities for transports or castles or weird shenanigans. You like Biz on Nomad. And Psycho93, thank you for the follow. I think the Byzantines just fall off on Nomad because they don't have a Dark Age eco bonus. Here, that doesn't matter quite as much if you're able to get your build order proper and get your fishing ships going. And yeah, this is one of Zetnis's maps, so... the maps that get made official these days have been Trzini's maps. And probably a bit difficult to do licensing for other people's maps. They'd have to remake it, which I mean honestly wouldn't be that hard, but you need to make sure that you remake it without infringing on any of Zetnis's rights from the code he wrote. imagine sudden death Canberra on the 1v1 ladder. I think people would like that, honestly. I'd love to be able to play custom maps as ranked maps again, like we could back in the Voobly days. I think a lot of people would really like that, and not just be restricted to whatever maps are put in the pool every week. So, my question for Andy is, he hasn't docked. Is he going to go for a tower rush, then? I guess he could trush the middle to stop John Perkins from fishing, and then try to go forward with a trush. I'm pretty sure Bazzi has checked them out, because he's probably made a couple of them. So there's Loom, and John Perkins probably clicking up soon, but Andy clicks up first. And hello, Crab. Everyone give some flowers and some hearts in the chat for Crab. So Andy gonna go forward. And looks like it will be a tower rush. My question is, does he tower the fish first, though? Does he tower the fish first? It looks like he might just go for the wall. If he doesn't tower the fish, though, that could be a problem. If John Perkins has a fish eco. See, John Perkins gonna long distance mine some stone. He's gonna send Vils forward to fight the Trush. Oh yeah, that's right. Crab also is running the Queen's Clash version 4 right now. So she's casting that on the AOQ channel. Go give the Age of Queens channel a follow too. Oh, he left the gate open. Loom is cheating, says Andy. Oh, Andy doesn't have Loom this time. Andy, what are you doing? You don't have Loom. No. No, Andy, no. You don't have Loom. Well, this time Andy doesn't have Loom. He didn't lose a Vil, but lost quite a bit of HP there. Andy, what are you doing? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, there. John Perkins deleted that wall a bit too early. Wanted to attack the tower, but now he just let Andy in. If you're gonna delete the wall to attack the tower, you gotta be really on point with the Vil positioning. So he's also docking the middle. He'll get a fire galley out. Inevitably, he probably will lose to Byzantine fire galleys, but he will have the timing advantage there on the middle up a bit faster. So no real Dark Age bonus for the Teutons, just managing the eco a tiny bit better. For the uptiming, did Andy. So now John Perkins can do his own counter towers. He can also send the Vils to fight. And this might just be a big fight. Does he have Loom now? Yes, he does. Try to send the weak Vils back. Garrison in the tower. John Perkins gonna do his own tower, send everyone to fight. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that neither Civ had a Dark Age eco bonus, so they're pretty even there with how they managed to click up. And Andy just got up first. Okay, so Scout goes down. More Vils going down. As soon as that tower goes up, John Perkins might just stay there to fight. He's only down by 3 eco units, but he's lost his fish, doing a fire galley now. And the tower is there for Andy. You have to be careful though, it is a Teuton's tower. At least the Byzantine tower has much more HP on it. So a bit cheaper to repair. Or cheaper in the sense that you get more HP per stone as you repair it. And And some weak vills there from the lack of loom. Tower could maybe pick them off. They are in range, even without fletching. Andy needs to garrison. Oh, loses the vill without garrisoning. Andy not paying attention there. Oh, John Perkins just loses vills for free. And fire on the middle. Andy making his own fish. He's gonna come back to repair. That sheep all the way out there. Offered and declined. That is the declined though because Nilly declined it. From what I've been told, it was a Nilly decision to decline it, not a player decision. More vills going down on the tower, oh no. That's what makes it so hard to fight the Teutons. They also kill your villagers faster on the tower. I think the good old Teuton's Trush here might just work out for Andy. Now bedtime, well, good night, Eric. See you later. And forward outpost for Andy. Scout's still there, but we'll go down. And on the water, Byzantine fishing ships out for John Perkins. And now he's kind of won the water. He's kind of won the water. Could do another fire, then maybe fish. And he's gonna repair his fishing ship maybe with those vills. So things not looking too good in the base of John Perkins. But he's getting some farms out. He's getting some stone walls out. And he'll have stone and gold on the other side of his base after the tower rush comes in. And Andy's just gonna dive the TC. He's gonna dive the TC. He's going for it. Okay, this could Titanic if enough vills garrison. He's gonna get through. Will he lose vills there? One almost down. A couple more going down or low HP already. He's gonna try to get out. That's not walled yet. Vills could finish the wall. Andy's maybe trapped now? Okay, that decision did not work out well for Andy. He's gonna try to do another tower. Maybe if he gets the tower up, he's okay. But there are only 2 vills there. And everything just gonna go and fight the tower now. All the vills being pulled, and the tower is destroyed. The tower is destroyed. And he's just kind of walled himself in. He's just gonna keep the vills walled now. Can we give TCs ballistics? Yeah, this is the old patch where they don't hit anything. Honestly, that's actually a DE problem though. Projectiles don't hit stuff. I have some experiments. I need to finish the video about that. But projectiles in DE do not target or hit units the same way they did in the past. So maybe I feel like changing the TC projectiles is more like curing a symptom instead of a disease. Change TC projectile to mangonel shots. So now John Perkins is on the outside. He's using his walls to keep Andy walled inside of his base, but Andy has more towers now. At least John Perkins, look at this. He has won the water currently. We can look at this and say, good job, John Perkins, you've won the water. And if this were the only screenshot we saw without the mini-map, then we'd say, you know what, maybe he's in a good spot. Andy's gonna try to dive the TC again, taking advantage of that old patch. Hello, John Loft. Teuton's Tower Rush is what led to this. And John Perkins losing some more vills. And Luz has one water theme, please. Is this just our Masty knowledge from migration that winning water isn't worth it? Level is John? Elo's up here. He's around 1500. And well, I guess Andy did leave these four towers unguarded. So John Perkins can't just run out, whack them down with his villagers. And then go over to start mining gold again. Bill's here. Andy's gonna do the same thing. Knock down that tower. Andy's still not fishing. Oh, he came back on the water, though. He's got another fire. Oh, he has more vills coming forward. He's got more vills on their way. Now, what are these vills gonna do? Are they gonna repair? Are they gonna garrison? They're gonna fight. Gonna fight underneath this tower. More vills from John Perkins. Well, we've seen this scene before in this game, a vill fight under this tower. And it didn't end well for John Perkins before. It probably won't end well for him here again. As more of his vills are going down, that tower will hit some vills as they run away. Now it's a 22-7 Eco KD in favor of Andy. Andy's surrounding the TC with towers. He could destroy the TC with a tower rush. Now that would be one heck of a sudden death strat. Got 3 towers shooting it already. Fletching. Oh yeah, fletching's changed now, so it doesn't lose arrows when it's researched. That was a change. So yeah, he could just do a bunch of Teuton towers and destroy the TC. Hello, Sniper 90. Yeah, so this is Andy going for his tower shenanigans. Gonna send vills forward. Still take advantage of being the Teutons. Yeah, he's gonna vill fight under this tower, but this time he has cover. We'll lose a vill, but overall win this fight. 3 vills left in there. And now we're down to 16 villagers for John Perkins. Oh, but John Perkins is forward. John Perkins is forward. He's not one to take a sudden death match without at least attacking the TC. If this tower could go maybe a bit more forward, he at least got some shots on the TC. No, it's just feudal age though. No chance for a sudden workshop and rams. Andy's gonna send his entire village though to go and fight this tower. He's scared. He does not want that tower going up. John Perkins will call the GG. So 2-0 lead for Andy. 34 to 15 KD. And 3k more res collected for Andy. That's 2-0 for him. Yeah, it's a loss on Canberra. A loss to the very scary Teuton Trush. So get your Teutonic Night emotes in the chat. Get your dances there for that scary Trush. Oh, thank you, AndreCon17, for using your Prime sub. And Wellsprings will be the next map. Wellsprings will be next. Alright, Wellsprings. Again, let's just take a moment. Yeah, can we admire the aqueduct? And how beautiful. And how beautiful it is. Andy. Oh, what is Andy doing? So, okay. This is Wellsprings. As we noted, you do have your huge shorefish under the edge of the aqueduct. Is it true that if you attack it, then it explodes at the other end, damaging vills? It explodes not just on the other end, but everywhere, and it destroys the adjacent wall segments. It does not damage your vills, or if it does, it doesn't kill them. It doesn't kill the vills, but it removes the shorefish, and it destroys the walls. So it creates an opening into your base, and if you time it well and you're quick, you can get in. So Andy is going to mill his shorefish, as you'd expect, but he's also going to start attacking the aqueduct with his scout. I guess this is something you can't scout or prepare for, because they can just do it in their own base. It's going to take a long time for that scout to hit the wall 1,000 times, but eventually he'll whittle down the HP. I think villagers repair it, but Andy's going to play the map by destroying the aqueduct. And again, it is sudden death, 1 TC, and you can't build any more.
Ow.
And boar taken. So John Perkins just doing a standard build order so far, not milling the shorefish yet. Yes, you destroy the entire aqueduct by just destroying one tile. It explodes in a fiery explosion, taking the walls with it. Why not simply poison the water supply? Poison the water supply, burn their crops, and unleash a plague into their houses. And hunting the boar with the TC. Nicely done. And loom on the way for John Perkins. It's considering it explodes, I might not want to drink the water. Maybe it gives you superpowers though if you drink it. Do we even want to eat the fish from said water? Probably not. But, I mean, if you gotta eat, you gotta eat. You teach a man to aqueduct and feed him for the rest of his life. I think 30,000 fish probably last a lifetime. Oh, Andy's repairing the aqueduct. No, Andy, no! Don't repair. What? He's repairing the aqueduct he's attacked. Andy, what are you doing? Andy, no! No, Andy. Oh, the mistake. All that hard work the scout just did, damaging the aqueduct. For nothing as he repaired it with the vills. Probably misclicked the vills, and he's given up on his aqueduct strategy. Yeah, that might not have been intentional, right? That might have been like a force drop trying to click up to the feudal age. And misclick the vills. But time to scout the map, I guess. He's gonna go forward for a barracks. And we'll have to destroy the wall with militia anyway. I mean, it's not like the scout did that much damage to it anyway, but... Maybe it'd be good if Vils could actually do it. Does it cost resources? I'm assuming no. I'm assuming it's the same as repairing the wall on the wall, which is a Gaia object. That does not cost resources. There is some witchcraft going on with the Gaia objects for sure. So Andy going forward, looks like he's going to tower rush too. He's the Chinese, so I guess he agrees with Crab that tower rush is a good thing on this map. I wonder though if his tower rush will destroy the aqueduct, because you can just tower the segment outside the walls, and there's nothing that John Perkins could do to stop that. So this tower will go up. He's gonna go through the wall though, not the aqueduct, the wall. Interesting, you can't tower that segment, or target that segment with the tower because it's adjacent here. But he will have a good 5 Vils attacking it, so we'll get through no problem. This is a very weird map. If you repair Gaia wall, Gaia won't have enough stone for 3 TC boom. I don't know if it takes stone from the Gaia player. Maybe it does somehow. Could you tower hop the corner with the aqueduct? If the aqueduct were to go through a corner, you could. You can't tower hop 2 adjacent wall segments, though. If somehow diagonally going over the aqueduct, I think you could hop over the aqueduct. So an archer here for Andy's added a range, going for the Vinch-style trush, and will be mining stone. We do have Castle Age on the way now for John Perkins. He can do a tower and defend his shorefish for the moment. Another Jan chess. There he is, fletching on the way for Andy. Tower going up. So maybe things get tricky for Andy if John Perkins can get up and do a workshop and start Mangonel pushing this back. Still is walled. Might be able to reclaim that shorefish. Could maybe mill the outside, doing another tower of his own. Can the Vil shoot arrows from the tower to the aqueduct? Yes, but the aqueduct has 10 pierce armor, so they only do 1 damage. If you do get the tower shooting 5 arrows, that can be 5 arrows per volley. Or 5 damage per volley. So yep, right away defensive workshop, you'll be able to do a mangonel. So Andy taking him off the shorefish. Andy now behind this push has 1k more res collected. Forward Vil is being useful mining the stone. So why did Andy attack his own aqueduct in the Dark Age? I don't know. I mean, Andy hit the point where he's going forward and towering and taking his opponent off the aqueduct, so he really does want the fish for himself. So mangonel there for John Perkins. I mean, maybe an opportunity. He's Ethiopian, so he gets that free pikeman upgrade. To do essentially what Crab did in game 1 in that previous set, where she did that sneak workshop with the pike push. What if he just did a workshop over here in the middle, added a few rams and pikemen, and then tried to go straight for the TC? So tower down. Double tower is kind of tricky for one mangonel to deal with. And John Perkins doesn't have any wood now. 10 vills on wood, though. Can get a second mangonel out. When you get 2 mangonels, then you can destroy towers much more easily. But you need to make sure you're attacking where only one tower can hit you at once. You want to be from this angle attacking this tower, so that both of them don't hit you. 2 towers, even feudal towers, if they're fully garrisoned with archers, can't even threaten mangonels, or even garrisoned with archers plus vills. Yeah, and this is where he just needs to make sure the mangonels come around to this area down here. And not be in the range of 2 towers at once. Well, if they are, he needs to repair, and he needs to repair ASAP, because he does not want to lose a mangonel for free, and he lost it. Oh, and that is expensive for him right now. And now Bodkin's in for Andy, and the tower is probably going to stay up. Oh, he's just going to go for attacking the aqueduct, which honestly makes sense, since Andy's the one who has the food. Oh, but he's ready for a castle drop. He's ready for a castle drop. He needs to go. He needs to go as soon as the aqueduct goes down. He needs to be ready for this. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's using the aqueduct. All right. Here they come. Here they come. If only it was a massive explosion that killed a bunch of vills, but no, he's ready. He's ready. He needs to go. And he's going to do crossbows. He's going to rush in, and he can tower drop and castle drop Andy. As soon as this is down. He's right there, 100 HP. He's doing it. Let's go, John Perkins. One more shot. One more shot. Okay, John Perkins just needs to be John fast right now and get that castle up. The vills are going to come. They'll try to quick wall and vill fight. Once again, we have another vill fight going on. I'm not going to go up in time. We do have 22 vills versus 17 here. This would be a vill fight win for John Perkins, but he needs to get the castle up. The vill fight doesn't matter if he gets the castle up and can get petards. The scout there trying to run some interference. This looks like it's going to go up, though. 20%, and he can vill fight all he wants, but it's a lot of clicking, and he needs to stop all of the vills from building. There he goes. On the other side, the rocket cart for Andy, and he's trying to bring the crossbows back. Castle at 50%, and we still have 21 vills. It's hard to stop 20 plus vills from building a castle. The crossbows are there. The castle's at 70%, and it's going up. 70%. He needs resources in his own base to make petards, though. That was the error that Crab had. She got the castle up but didn't have enough for the petards in that other game. But the castle will go up. There it is. There it is. And it can start destroying some of the crossbows, going for the TC. And now John Perkins just somehow needs to get petards. Somehow. And he needs to take those vills off of wood and grab gold. He's going to send his vills to rush down the rocket car. Andy will have to micro this to keep it safe. Has a couple of crossbows in the back. Vills here going down. Selling all the wood, buying food. And still doesn't have the gold for... Oh, there we go. He has a petard. He's going for the TC. He could do this. He could do this. The repair vills are not in range of the castle. Crossbows are there to kill the vills. So the vills might have to go back to the castle. It might even be better to keep the vills in the castle now, just so that they can attack the TC. And he's going to try to wall this off. Okay, the TC losing HP. Andy now sending rocket carts and his own vills to attack this TC. John Perkins doesn't have anything to defend at home. Now, if he just had a few more resources for petards. This was so close. Andy now, 8 vills on wood, doesn't have much wood left. Andy's going for the TC himself. He doesn't have any wood left to repair. And I think this TC will go down. He'll call the GG. And Andy will do it. That was close, though. That was close. Almost. Almost. Hello, John Perkins. Everyone give John Perkins some flowers in the chat. Almost. So if there's one thing we've learned about castle drops today, it's that you need enough eco to make petards after you do the castle drop. Ah, almost. Let's look at some stats there. Most created 2 mangonels. 25 to 6 KD for Andy. More eco there. I like that. I like that strategy. They did get to castles in the sudden death matches, yes. Yeah, 2 more. It takes 5 petards to destroy a TC. That's the number to keep in mind, 5 petards. And you don't want to send them 1 at a time, because then the vills repair. You need to amass 5 and then just go for it. So that's 3-0 for Andy. That's a loss for John Perkins on Wellsprings. A loss, but a very valiant attempt in the loss. GG. All right, so there are a couple more sets coming up at 21 GMT, which is in about 10 minutes. So I'm just gonna take a quick break myself, and then we'll find something else to cast. Let me just look through the schedule. Where is this? Confirmed times. There we go. I was looking for a schedule, and it's confirmed. All right, anything else for Tuesday? Oh, I totally missed that Beery versus Sinatra was also at the same time. We'll pick a 21 GMT set. I think there was a Dave Hun set. Oh, was that a 20 GMT and I totally misread the schedule? It was. Oh, I probably should have casted that. That probably would have been closer. Oh, well, we'll find a 21 GMT set. Thunderbolt's playing. Yeah, Survivalist Matza at 22. I swear I saw another one at 21 GMT. If not, I'll cast that. I just want to make sure I'm aware of all of them. And hers is on Thursday. Okay, looks like it'll be Thunderbolt versus ceepki then. All right, cast that. Thursday, you mean? You'll have to go relive it. Probably would have been closer. Well, Chaos and Dave are more closer in the bracket. Who knows? Maybe that's a sweep and all 3 games were not close. And John Perkins at least made a game close. Let's get the X on Thunderbolt's name properly. See, was John Slow casting that? Okay, yeah, good. John Slow is casting Chaos versus Dayfun, so at least someone's casting that. Didn't miss out then. All right, perfect. How can I join this in round one? Only saw round 64. Oh, the tournament's already started, Jason. Yeah, it's the round of 128 because it's a single elimination, and this is the first round of a 128 player tournament. And I realized I've been doing way too much programming that I pronounce Jason as JSON. Right. All right, so Hideout will be game number 1. Akure and Skukuza home maps for ceepki, and Arena Wellsprings home maps for Thunderbolt. Hopefully Arena works. Is Bozzy still around? Bozzy said something about Arena not working. All right, see you later, Epic Sea Dragon. All right, while they're drafting, I'm just going to take a quick break myself, and I'll be right back. let's go. Is the stream muted? I was just away for a second, Acro. I'm here now. I was running to the bathroom between sets. So let's see. Do we have this game started yet? Looking for Thunderbolt. I see he's in the lobby now. Perfect. So hello, Acro. I take it you're finished with the community sets. Oh, there was no sound at all. Why is there no sound at all? Oh, there's no. Was there game sound? Wait a minute. There's no sound at all. That is weird. That's why someone asked if it was frozen earlier. There was game sound during the games, right? There's just no background music? Why is that? What the heck? Well, that's interesting. I will investigate that after the stream. I updated OBS the other day, and maybe that just messed up my audio setup somehow. This is so weird because you're right. I just don't. Yeah, there's no music. I totally did not realize that I myself was not hearing the music either. But you're correct. I will fix that. It very much should be there. Can't connect to server. Oh, improved patch. We don't. Oh, is AoE2? Are the servers down now? Oh no. Right. Let me do one thing. If I click this, do you hear the music now? Do you hear it now? Yes. All right. Do you hear double music? That's a question too. Someone could check the YouTube stream if you hear it. Let me know there. Oh, my game crashed. Hello. Let's click play again. Single music. Nice. Alright, so now that Acro is finished with the Community League, I actually can go and update my cartographer's maps so that they will work properly for other people who are using them. So maybe I'll just take this opportunity. Although I probably can't update the mod though if the servers are down. I'll take this opportunity to break things even more. Yeah, I can't sign into multiplayer services. Can I log on to their website? I can if I go to my mods and I find my cartographer's maps. Not need my pytest.cache folder and everything else there. I should just be able to zip this. Now let's see if this update goes through. I'll remove the version numbers from them. See, I'm getting a spinning circle. I'm afraid this might be an infinite spinning. Oh no, okay, the update went through. The update went through. Let me just back up this old one. Screenshots. Alright. Well, if anyone wants to test the cartographer's maps on the current patch and let me know whether they work, that'd be appreciated. Everyone DE is bugged. Oh no. Let's see. Well, let's talk to the admins then. Oh, that's... Wish lane games were still possible when servers were down? Yes. Years ago, is cartographer still running? It just finished a few minutes ago, based on Acro's messaging me. Acro's sets were the final community set to finish. They finished on the old patch, and now I updated my maps. New player would be interesting against Survivalist. Yeah, it is a shame that the update came in the middle of a round. Unfortunately, we can't really swap directly to the new patch because I think that there are some issues with the maps that Bozzy might need to resolve in the next few days. I'm going to give my take on the new patch. You can follow my Twitter for my spiciest take. I don't like the board change. Other than that, I have not played the new patch yet. I have hopefully just updated my cartographer's maps. It is Full Metal Sim. Alright, Ray. You can pick a better vocabulary to describe the board change. The worst change in 2015 is and will be the chicken. The chicken, I think, is just... It's fun for Arena when you funnel them, but they're also horrible for Arena. Myself, not a fan of the chickens. I feel like if you're designing maps around chickens, that's one thing, but if YouTube has single music... thank you, Justin Moon. But if you're just funneling the chickens into old maps, then it's kind of awkward. Alright, so I don't know what to do now. This is in the middle of a bunch of sudden disaster sets. I'm checking the admin chat right now. Hate the chickens. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like the randomness of sometimes deer, sometimes chickens. I think if it were consistent, some maps had chickens, some had deer, then it would be, then it might be easier to deal with. And that's why for cartographers I just made it pure one only chickens for Arabia and deer on pretty much all other maps. I'll watch the drama on my tweet. Unfold. Chickens are on ladder. Oh, chickens on ladder BF. Oh, yes. Acro, I played that. Chickens are like second berries? Yes. But yeah, as Ray says, the hunt is the main thing. And thank you, Phoebe, for the raid. So I'm trying to get an update on the servers being down. Apparently Nilly was off at some point for the day, so I guess he's not around. I tried to ask Ashley. Oh, Turkman, he's another contact. Seems like servers are down. Any update on when we can expect them to run again? Have quite a few sudden disaster sets running right now. Your servers are down. You're welcome and hi. Well, hello. Arabia should have 2 deer and 4 chickens every time, all in the same pack. Now that would be interesting, because you still have the option to push, but then you could also just mill the entire thing all at once. That might be interesting. The thing I feel about the chickens though is someone said they're kind of like extra berries, which there's already stationary. Yeah, OG Straggler Tree, I know, I'm trying to message people and get a response. You already have berries and to a somewhat different extent shorefish if you want stationary food sources on the map. The fun thing about the boar and the deer is that you can interact with them through luring or pushing them, and that they're not just static elements, but they're dynamic in that you don't just send your vills there, you actually get to engage in gameplay by moving them. Chickens achieve that with the funnels on Arena, and I think we've all had a good bit of fun building walls to funnel them to the TC. So from that aspect, they're actually kind of fun. But just in general on Arabia, I don't feel like they really accomplished anything that like putting a second or third set of berries wouldn't have accomplished already. Or even just like a set of shorefish, right? You could maybe do a fixed pond like we did on Serengeti with a couple of shorefish in it, because then you have even faster food than hunt, so it's even more worth it like to mill that and take it, even if it's far away. Somehow integrating. Oh, servers are back. Let me restart the game. Oh, my game crashed again? Let me restart again. Anyone having trouble? Yes, indeed. Everyone is having trouble. I don't know if I've been told the servers are down. Oh, thank you. This is the first I'm hearing of it. I'll go message people and try to get a response. Okay, it looks like the servers are back. So you're in queue right now. And then we just maybe make an announcement. Say, it looks like servers were down briefly, so they should be back online now. Make an announcement in the tournament Discord. Are we fixing something? Maybe they are. So hopefully Thunderbolt and ceepki can get started now. I still see Thunderbolt in the lobby. Now my question is whether the dashboard is going to be bugged or not. Oh, I saw that disappear. I saw all the online matches disappear. Is Happy Leaves on top of this? Is Happy Leaves fixing our stuff for us? Happy Leaves is on this, I bet. Hopefully games that were currently ongoing were not booted out. Hotfixing the news pop-up. I had gotten that earlier. They realized there's a huge exploit, like a way to gain 5,000 plus elo. They didn't hotfix that the last time there was an exploit like that, so I don't think that would be a cause for a hotfix. I have a video about that. That was that time if you put %n in your Steam username and you attacked someone, they'd get an attack notification, but it'd try to do some type of string replacement, and it'd crash their game when you attacked them. And Grimnil, thank you for the follow. That was discovered because someone legit used %n in their username, and then couldn't figure out why they won every game. They had so much winning that they got tired of winning. Do you not get points from the game you just won? Maybe it'll update later. That's a thing that happens sometimes. But I'm still looking for if Thunderbolt... It says he's in a lobby in some places and not in other places. Oh no, the dashboard's completely blank. Let me use the Discord and try to find this. Oh god, there's so many channels. Oh, no, I don't want to message him. I want to search for him in Discord. Oh, I can search in Thunderbolt, yes. Find any message there. Oh, Thunderbolt needs to go back to the old patch. Thunderbolt, no. Alright, so Thunderbolt's good. Alright, well, thank you all for still watching. Between Twitch and YouTube, we still have around 300 viewers. And you need to make some updates to the overlay, like I've been saying. We have some sub goals we're going to have during the tournament. 500 subs, and I will cast the finals in a chicken cosplay. Will there be a webcam? Yes, there will, William Wallace, of course, of course. I have another idea for, like I said this before, there's a farm somewhere near me. I was gonna go grab the chicken cosplay, run alongside the fence, and have some photos taken. That'll be more of an Insta cosplay. The casting the chicken cosplay will be there. All right. And I also do want to. I still now that we're finally done with all the cartographers games, I will do a marathon stream whenever at some point. I don't know when we're gonna have time, but at some point where I cast the finals of all the community leagues. So I think there's like 11 of them I need to cast. I did the AOQ leagues already. Those finished earlier. I'm gonna go through all the community leagues and do a marathon cast. I'll probably take like 2 or 3 days because there are a lot of best of 5s. Alright, and looks like we have a code and a lobby that we should be able to spectate. Alright, good. Oh gosh, somehow I hit a hotkey and opened Cortana. The heck is Cortana still on Windows 10? Alright, here we go. Let me just do like a 30-second Twitch ad while we're loading in, then we'll go. Or like a 1-minute ad. More content, yes. I want more Instagram content too. I need to find more photos to take. I'm always open to fun cosplay ideas. Cortana. I never actually played Halo back in the day. I never had an Xbox. I had a GameCube and a Wii. And other than that, I played PC games, but played lots of Smash Brothers. Oh my gosh, when I was a kid, there was a video store. It was called Hollywood Video. It was like a Blockbuster. And there was a GameStop that was part of it, just on the side. And we went there, and they would have Smash Brothers tournaments at the GameStop. We played Brawl there, back when we were in, like, high school. That's all gone now, when I had last been in the area. It's the video store area was replaced by a doctor's office. You can go there, I guess, if you're sick or need to see a doctor. And lament the days of yore. Anyway, we will have Hideout as game number 1, Thunderbolt. He will be the favorite here, but ceepki is no slouch, 1927 elo. 2314 for Thunderbolt. We'll have Thunderbolt as the red Khmer, and ceepki as the blue Saracens. Saracens could be tricky on sudden death, both with the market and with their archers that do extra damage to buildings. Could see some fun build orders from them there. Khmer, of course, can Ballista, Elephant, Cut, and Trebuchet TCs, so scary Civ on Hideout. Good. It is good that there is healthcare in the region, yes. It is certainly a much better usage of the space than a video store in the year 2015. The GameStop being missed is maybe sad though, but there are other GameStops locally. I guess those still exist for people who physically want to get consoles day one. They need people to staple the screens of their Wii, not their Wii, what is it, the new Switches for the Nintendos. Years ago, I remember I did that, camped out with my dad and waited for the Wii. Early morning. So, Masterpiece Lumber Camp here from Thunderbolt, trapping one of the vills on the inside. We'll chop that tree and then suddenly have a nice pocket where you can chop a lot of trees. A boar brought in here from ceepki. And I do wonder, this is now the level where I think we can definitely see some upsets. I mean, 1900 level players can definitely have some tricks up their sleeves. A scout fight on the outside. Looks like Thunderbolt got the first hit. Don't kill your boar with TC 11. ceepki didn't do that. It is the old patch. You still get punished for that. I won't, 11. Says that after he already did it. You're not just typing in the chat saying, oh no, I accidentally did. Practice the new patch too much. Whatever will I do? I'm not going to trash talk. Maybe make your opponent get a little too confident that they have a boar lead. I'm not going to say you meant to pick Magyards on this map.
Naam.
Oh, and the game is paused. We have a slight pause. All right, what's the pause? We have a freeze. Okay, slight freeze for Thunderbolt. So he's just going to pause and then try to go again. Oh, these herdables will converge. And I do always wonder on Hideout if there is room for feudal aggression. You go along the small side and go for a tower rush. Maybe that's something we could do now. Hideout, but it's consistent that you're next to each other on the short side and it's really close. Like consistent hideout. Love from Serbia. Any plans for Pacifist Run a video? I have some plans, but it takes, like I've been saying this for a while, it's going to take me a long time to edit. I need to find time to edit videos. I do have like 4 or 5 campaigns that I want to do Pacifist. So some of them might surprise you. I have a couple of silly ideas. At some point, I'm going to get to editing them. AoE4 servers are also down a bit. Usually that is what happens. All the games are impacted at once. Why is 4 on wood standard on Hideout? So 3 on wood or 2 on wood, which you see these days, is usually for a build where you want to go feudal really fast, but you don't want to build a barracks. You would usually only see that on Hideout if you're going for a pure tower rush without any militia or men-at-arms. If you need the early barracks, then you need 4 on wood to afford the barracks usually. Or if you're just going to fast castle, then you put 4 on wood so you can afford the farms you'll need for the fast castle. Farms and the market blacksmith. I thought today, is there any map that starts players with a wonder foundation? Not that I know of. I don't know if you can start with a foundation in the map script. Maybe you can. You could do that as a custom scenario and have a trigger create the foundation. Have I done Dracula Pacifist? No. Is it possible? I think so, because I think some other people did it in my Discord years ago. My hardest campaign to beat in hard on general, like pacifist-wise? Or just to play? Like at this point, I've played enough Age of Empires that campaigns themselves are not really hard. So I don't think I have a good answer to that question. Pacifist-wise, I think the Lion and the Demon was the hardest scenario for me. Other than, of course, Kushluk, which is impossible. The hardest possible scenario. So Feudal will be in first for ceepki. He will do that cheap Saracens market. Yeah, and we saw, I guess, fewer villas are needed on wood for the Saracens than for Thunderbolt because that market is cheaper. So you can get a really smooth, fast castle. And ceepki, even mining the stone, we'll be able to sell that as the Saracens. Market and blacksmith are up, and villas will go over to stone. Castle age on the way. And double bit axe on the way from that lumber camp. Alright, so one Vil killed by that scout. Nice pick from ceepki, as it looks like we'll have a forward Vil here from Thunderbolt. And forward on the way up to castle now with Loom. Probably indicates, well, for many civs I'd say that indicates a monk rush. For the Khmer, that could indicate like a scorpion push maybe? The stable's at home for some light cav. I have seen Khmer go for forward stable builds doing this. Forward stable in a workshop. Now, Saracens would have a great monk defense against siege, but the scouts make that tricky. So ceepki laughing with an 11. And I think we're just going to see a castle here. So defensive castle and then Mamluks. And that should be able to stop this. So scout will go down, but the scout picked a vill and scouted this, so good use of the scout. We'll have actually quite a good house wall up here. It takes a good segment of walls over to that wood line. Still struggling with campaigns on hard mode. We hope to beat them. Any tips? I don't know if I have general campaign tips. I guess my general thoughts are that once you play a campaign, even if you lose it, it helps to have a strategy. And if you have a clear strategy in mind and try to execute it, it's a lot easier than just going in blind. Okay, so Lightcap's gonna try to stop the Vills from building the castle, but the TC is there, so hard to jump that close to the TC. And well, good decision to build the castle right in that spot. Scorpion will come forward too, but the castle might just be the counter to the very aggressive Khmer play here. FC castle. Light cav will go down, and that castle will go up. Be extra careful not to delete your TC if you're going to delete those walls. Loom was not in! ceepki, no! No, you didn't have Loom! No! Oh, man, we've seen some serious lacking of Loom today. Cumans and Ram. See, Kevlon, that's the problem though, it's sudden death. And yeah, you do have the feudal Rams for the Cumans, but you also face the downside that because it's sudden death and you only have one TC, you can't build your feudal TC. So you're lacking all that extra eco that you usually have if you go for that Ram push. It would be certainly interesting though to go for the feudal Rams, or even just to have the workshop on the way up to castle to start doing capped Rams once you get castle. I'm thinking maybe that could be a jungle rumble civ if you're going for that same strategy that Crab went for with the sneak workshop. Yeah, you do save on military buildings. It's not like they're useless, but you really have to use that Ram bonus. Otherwise, you fall behind quite a bit in eco. Okay, Mamluks now need to garrison to break the conversions. And there they go. Now, Mamluks, tricky against monks. Monks do convert them from range, but then they themselves have a ranged attack, and they're really good at killing monks if they can close the distance. And it's just about closing the distance. That's hard. Need to be extra careful that the monks don't charge on anything and get the conversion swapped. Capped Ram and Castle Age can do wonders. I think you need to be imp to build wonders. They're pretty expensive and it takes a lot of villagers. So monks, monks running close to the TC into the castle fire. Mamluk's gonna pick them off. That's exactly what ceepki wanted, pick the monks off when they were vulnerable. So Scorpion's still running around, and looking at this, we have some villagers. We have some villagers from ceepki. They're coming over here. If this could just be a workshop, like, and then double workshop ram push, maybe a stable along with it. Oh, actually no, this is going to be a castle drop. This is going to be a castle drop. The vills could go through the gate and castle drop, or they could just castle drop. Okay, they're castle dropping the outside, so we're gonna have a forward castle from ceepki on Thunderbolt. Saracens don't like farms, just use the market, buy the food. It's like we do, right? Yeah, that's why we have the Factor 75 sponsorship on the stream right now. It's like having your own Saracens bonus. You save 50% using the discount code on your first order. You can get your chicken funneled right to your TC. So the castle's up, the workshop is there, and the vills will be helping the castle to destroy the gate. Doesn't the tour campaign start you with a wonder? Do you mean like the historical battle, or was there another tour campaign? You probably have a cathedral or something in the city, but it's not a countdown timer. So, okay, it's time to mine the forward stone. Saracens love mining their stone, and they can always buy another castle. Castle takes out the stone wall. Mangonel comes forward. Start to kill villas. Yeah, Lepanto spawns the foundation. That's with the trigger. So Mangonel pushing now, and I mean ceepki just needs to buy a bit of stone. Castle can't quite hit those walls. I mean, 2 petards to get through the walls, and it's another castle drop. Ram coming forward. I think ceepki's in a great spot right here. Managed to stop the push at the front. And now Thunderbolt has to come back, sending the monks back to defend this. And there's the next castle. Will that castle be in range of the TC? Yes, it will. Alright, this castle will range the TC. So farm's going down, and that has to be Thunderbolt preparing for his own defensive castle. How good is Huang in this setting? I don't think he signed up, so I'm not sure. You might win the Celts game, but maybe struggle with some other matches. Alright, so TC now threatened by a castle. So Thunderbolt had a plan. The plan was aggressive Khmer Scorpion Light Cav, but didn't work. Foiled by the castle, even with the loomless vills who managed to construct it. And now Castle's trying to get through the walls again. And maybe it's time for some petards. And more Mamluks, though. I guess those work too. Castle's still working on the TC. If I were ceepki, I'd be thinking about maybe trying to breach these walls. Keltsy TC turns into sudden dessert. That's a good one, sudden dessert. Is ceepki devoted? Nope, no devotion. So those monks will still be extra scary. I don't have the best monk tech tree though, no atonement. So they can't convert enemy monks. I guess that won't matter too much here though. And does ceepki have a blacksmith? I still would probably like to see fletching, but I guess the Saracens are now buying so much food, it's starting to get expensive. Pulling those walls, has to be careful. There we go, Vils and Mamluks getting through the wall. This is going to be a big ram push, but it's really hard to ram push Saracens with Mamluks that can sit behind the castles and destroy the rams from safety. And monks aren't going to stop them underneath the castle when they can just garrison and ungarrison. Okay, so more Mamluks, a couple of petards. Both Mamluks and petards being trained right now. Remember, 5 petards to destroy a TC, but if the castle does some damage first, it might only be 4. I want a good 6 or 7 though. My favorite civ's the Byzantines. I just like Constantinople in the original campaign. That was pretty epic back in the day. Okay, here comes the ram push. Here comes the ram push, but more Mamluks on the way. Vils there. What is that gate? Okay, the gate is to keep the Mamluks, or allow the rams more time for the Mamluks to destroy them. Maybe the petards just need to go for the rams. Yeah, petards go for the rams, and the Mamluks are going to pop out of the castle and stop the ram push. Yeah, it's so hard to ram push Saracens. They just need to keep hopping in and out of the castle every now and then. Yep, and break the conversions, and beautifully done on the defense here. So it did cost a couple of petards, and the TC didn't go down, but now Thunderbolt has fully destroyed the walls to go for the ram push, and there is another petard in that castle. So ceepki just needs a few petards, and then I think the game should be won with another push. And a market, Saracen's market wall. Let's go Saracen's OP. Oh, I think the TC destroyed the market, so he built another one? What? Okay, anyways, just petards now, just petards. Double castle petard production, and that TC will be goner in no time. Over here, I don't see anything aggressive. I see a couple more rams. That might be a desperate last last push from Thunderbolt. I guess the bad thing for ceepki is all these gold and stone mines in the starting base are going to run out. I mean, maybe there is some way that Thunderbolt survives this push. It's a lot of monks. It's 5 petards, so that does destroy a TC. Doesn't destroy it if there's a wall, though. You have to go through the wall first. So 6 and 7 petards being trained. And if you can just get through the gate, then you can get it. Maybe you want more like 8 petards. And now Eco at... Eco's gonna be a struggle now. CP has nothing left. Nothing left. And we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be 6 battering rams and the game is over. Why is the game over? Oh, because the petards went for the TC. There we go. There we go. Did not see that coming. That was so fast I didn't see it. The petards destroyed the TC. That's why the game is over. All right. I was thinking maybe you went too fast, ceepki. I was waiting for more petards. You went too fast, but there we go. Ram push there. You get your T90 blind emotes in the chat. I was looking at the rams. Trying to hype up a potential ram push. But the petards do it. The petards go for the TC. I think maybe we need to use the mode where we put sudden death just in the map itself and not use the checkbox. Because here, as soon as the TC hits 0 HP, it gets destroyed. It might be more fun to see the full destruction animation. GG, well done by ceepki. And we finally have an upset. What did I say at the start? 1900s. But be careful of people around this elo. They're going to have the creativity we saw from Crab and John Perkins earlier, but probably a better ability to execute here. And I think a pretty flawless game plan of FC Castle to defend against the Khmer pressure, sneak around the back and castle drop, using that Saracen's economy to perfection. Yeah, it's a 33 to 13 KD. And 5k or 4k more res collected for Thunderbolt too. That was going to be a better economy. But not enough in the face of the Saracens and the castle drops. Vilo 2 was a capture the monument, King of the Hill type of map. I get exactly how that starts you. So that's a win for ceepki. An upset on game number 1. And same position on the Civ draft. Also, Goths and Mongols, the first picks. So those are some Skukuza picks right there. And let's see, what else do we have? And alright, next map will be Arena. Here, didn't sign up. I think that he and Larry just don't usually sign up for random A tier events.
Yay.
Yay.
Tak.
So we'll have Thunderbolt to the south as the Poles. He'll be in the red, and then ceepki to the north as the Britons. He'll be in the blue. This will be Arena. I guess this works. I think Bozzy said something about Arena being broken. That's probably this script in the current patch, though. This will be Arena and Sudden Death, so again, can't build any more TCs. Just a 1 TC push. Which, I mean, just like standard Arena, right? Always 1 TC push there. There are chickens, so maybe we'll see some funneling. This is maybe a diagonal gate and funnel location there for those chickens. Chickens over here. Oh, ceepki just gonna go hunt them, not gonna funnel them. Maybe long distance hunt the chickens. So Britain's Poles, this is a matchup where if it goes late game, I really like the Britons, and I think it's hard for Poles to win that setup. In the super late game situation, when you're getting full longbows with all the extra range and all the extra attack that they get over arbalests, then the Poles, who lack the final Pierce Armor upgrade, really struggle, both on their cav and on their skirmishers. And they can really struggle to fight the Britons. Yeah, they do have bombard cannons, but those usually are countered by longbows. And I'm not sure what you do if you get to that situation. Maybe the question then is, if it is sudden death, do you ever get to that situation? Because Schlachta privileges with a castle for the really cheap Nightline could be great for sudden death when you don't have much eco. Maybe Schlachta privileges is just enough that you actually can spam a good number of knights and overwhelm the Britons player early on. And Monk Tech Tree, Britons, not the greatest. No redemption, no atonement. They don't usually like going for monks themselves. Can pick up relics though, so might still see the monks. Redemption for Thunderbolt is the Poles. That could lead to conversions if, say, a Mangonel push comes in from ceepki, but still hard to use monks against the Britons in the first place with their extra range. So forward gold and berries both for ceepki. Back gold, second gold and stone over by the chickens. I guess this was, okay, so this was ceepki hunting the chickens and then going to do the lumber camp on the wood line. And then hunting the chicken and doing the mining camp on the gold. Yeah, so this is optimizing chickens by placing your other drop sites near them. And when you build the drop site, the chicken food gets dropped off there. So this chicken won't be able to be dropped off at the mining camp. Those vills have to go to the TC, but... well, the other chickens at least had their meat dropped off properly. So nice build there utilizing the chickens.
Gotów jestem. Witajcie.
Boar taken under the TC. And Folvark on the chickens there for Thunderbolt. I guess that's okay because the Folvark counts as a house. So he'll just use that as part of the build. Okay, housing space on the Folvark, counting as part of the pole bonus. Never thought about that, but I guess it is nice to do the chickens if you're going to mill them anyway, that you get the house from the Folvark. Oh, the scout's just... there we go, there's a whack. Thunderbolt going to initiate the scout fight, but ceepki is up first. And that scout would win the fight.
Ready.
Ready.
And Ville's not optimized on the berries. Taking the berries in the back first.
Mandatum?
Bit of a pathing mishap there. Oh, okay. Farm on the Folvark there. The Thunderbolt. Just enough space to keep it there from the TC, and the Poles will want to farm. Of course, doing Dark Age farms does mean they don't have Horse Collar, so not quite the bonus you'll get from later on. What are the elos? They're right here. So Thunderbolt's around 2k3, ceepki is a bit over 1900. But for sudden death, sometimes the lower elo players, I think, can pull off stuff that's surprising. And I think Survivalist and Matza will probably also be starting around this time. We're a bit delayed earlier because of the servers being down, so we'll join that set after this one if it's still going on. Is Snippy in this tournament? I don't think so, Dabooz. I didn't see him sign up, but that he would have been appropriate for it. Britons don't have any extra range on their trebs. That's the Tatars who get the extra +2. Tatars get a total of 19. Trebs themselves have 16, then they get +1 from Siege Engineers and another +2 from their unique tech. The Britons have Warwolf, which makes their trebs very good in treb versus treb fights. Blast damage and more accurate. They destroy enemy trebs and the splash damage kills the repair villagers. But with Siege Engineers, they just get up to the standard 17 range. Warwolf trebs actually are insane because they can destroy bombard cannons too with the splash damage. Scouts will be running around a bit on the outside. CP up to the Castle Age. And okay, up to the Castle Age. Taking some chickens and getting ready for a castle drop. Here we have Thunderbolt, maybe prepared to scout it. But there it goes, there's the castle. The scouts will converge on the vills. Do the vills have loom? They do. This will be 4 scouts now, trying to stop the castle drop. That's 10 vills versus 4 scouts. And I think the vills win this fight. I think if you want to stop this, Thunderbolt actually needed a spear or 2 added in. But not a single vill goes down. The scouts are weakened, they're going down, the vills will be walled in. And as Thunderbolt facing the perhaps unfortunate reality that loomed vills going for a castle drop are not stopped by scouts alone. Maybe had an opportunity to try to counter-tower this. But now it'll be a forward castle and then presumably longbows from ceepki. No fletching yet, but as long as these vills can be kept busy, that castle eventually will break in. And those vills, they're carrying some food from the chickens earlier. They'll drop that off at the mill and then take the berries. So it's gonna be longbow time. Alright, so sudden death can't add in any more TCs. As long as you're taking food, you're in a good spot, and all the extra food on arena means you can be extra aggressive with your castles and still get food. So 1 petard on the way. And it's just gonna be a good petard rush, perhaps, from ceepki. I kind of have to balance the longbows and the petards together. Probably want the longbow in the castle and don't waste the petard on the gate. Ram on the way. And well, this is the opposite of that Saracens game. The Britons are exactly the civ you do want to ram push, because they only have longbows there. They won't have that melee unique unit for destroying the rams. And tower on the gold from Thunderbolt, trying to keep the gold safe. As 1 longbow will walk forward, find a bunch of scouts, and try to get back into the castle. There's just more light cav on the way for Thunderbolt. And at this point, I wonder if the petards are just a waste, and maybe it's better playing this just 1 TC fast imp style, and get the trebs out with all this forward position. And I mean, the one TC is forced, of course, because it is sudden death, but fast in for Trebs. So there's ceepki losing the scout, and losing the scout can be devastating on sudden death, because then you won't know when sudden death is arriving at your doorstep. And death is much less sudden if you can scout it coming.
Mandatum?
You'll have to be careful in the berries. These are light cav now. They will take a much better fight than those scouts did earlier.
Ready.
And a couple of vills might go down here, but the light cav are going to be under the castle fire. That's one vill dead. Oh, and ceepki's going for enough stone for a second castle. And, okay, ceepki's going to have to be real careful about those rams, though. If the second castle is placed down, the rams could hit the foundation. Okay, there's buying stone. Next. Oh, okay. Ooh. Actually, it might have been a play to use the 2 petards on the stable and then do, or the blacksmith even, and do the castle on the inside. Do 2 petards take down a stable? And with the petards are out, and the light cav are going to pick them off. Okay, a mistake to leave the petards as vulnerable, maybe? Because they could be crucial in picking off the rams right here. And just like we saw in that last game, it might have to be petards being used to defend the castle from rams. And there they go. Yeah, I think using the petards here would be the play. Yeah, they're gonna go for the rams. Yeah, they'll take 1 ram out. Castle being rammed on its way up, but that'll go up. And light cav can't fight underneath the castle. Vills can destroy the rams. Longbow's in a great position underneath 2 castles. And everything going wrong so far for Thunderbolt, I think. Bloodlines was not in. Castle will destroy the tower. The longbows can harass the gold. And honestly, would it be a good idea to use a petard on the workshop here? Bill's desperately trying to destroy the rams. They might need to repair the castle a bit. ceepki wants to keep this castle up. 600 HP. 2 more rams that can go down. And it's down to 400 hit points, but that's more than enough. 1 HP is all you need. And that ram goes down. Castle's still attacking the workshop. Vills probably should repair the castle. Although ceepki really maybe... Okay, there's 1 vill repairing. Maybe wanting to save that stone for yet another castle. And so far, a 1900 player is really punishing our 2K3 player. Blacksmith deleted for the ram. Vills probably need to go and attack the ram again. But that ram is very low on HP. Won't destroy the castle. Castle still stands. And with that blacksmith down, now there's a lane for petards to get straight to the TC. And once that workshop goes down, the longbows will have free reign to harass that gold mine. Another gold all the way in the back for Thunderbolt, so he still has gold. At the front, he's being pressured. Check in Discord what happened on Discord, Matze. Survivalist can't access the old patch. Okay, it looks like Raptor's on that. Raptor's on that. I'm surprised he didn't have the old patch already. Is he trying to enter a code when he's already entered it? Ballistics will go hard. Ballistics always goes hard, but very hard to afford in these settings. Looking at res collected, ceepki is down by about 4k. Mangonel coming forward. Bodkin is in on the longbow, so they do outrange it. He needs to pay attention. And alright, the Mangonel will go down. Not a threat to longbows. Yeah, they dodge. And this is petards now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's more than enough. He just goes and he wins, I think. Maybe trying to bait the light cav into a fight. Yeah, the vills are going forward. And here come the petards. And this is going to be a 2-0 lead for ceepki. There's no stopping this. I don't think so. Light cav are going. And takes 5 petards. Vills need to get out of the way. There's 1, 2... Okay. There's a petard left. The Vills block the petards a bit. There are repairs on the way. A ram is there. There's 1 more petard in there. He explodes. And the TC stays up. The TC stays up. I thought for sure that was going to destroy the TC, but no, it stays up. Okay, 1 more petard on the way. The TC down to 94 hit points. But it stays up. It stays up. The longbows are dying to the light cav. All the Vills have died. There are no more melee units to defend the castles from the rams. ceepki throwing here. Everything is dead. Everything is dead. That TC was at 94 hit points. And now petards have to destroy the rams to defend the castle, and we're gonna have a defensive castle from Thunderbolt. Oh, the pathing, the petards didn't get to the TC. Thunderbolt does not have wood left to repair the TC. He has to buy wood. But this castle will now go down. There's no saving it without any vills there. And all of a sudden, Thunderbolt's up by 20 vills, up by 5k resources collected. And now can make defensive castles all over the place. Yeah, call an ambulance, but not for Thunderbolt. 94 hit points on the TC. Maybe a bit crazy trying to attack the TC with vills instead of petards. I mean, there still can be a petard push here. I mean, the TC is fully repaired though, so it will take another 5. Mangonel will be annoying. ceepki still has a chance because they have 3 petards. They only need 2 more. And this castle won't stop the petards from this direction. See you later, Emperor. And walls deleted for the rams again. Vills are going to be here to defend the rams. So Vills here fighting the rams. Okay, so 20 Vills left. 7 of them are here. That's 3 petards. Longbows need to kill some Vills here. And Vills will need to repair the castle more. Alright, I think Thunderbolt might just want to wall this up, maybe. Some stone walls. I guess easier said than done. In these settings. Vill under the castle fire, she goes down. 14 Vills left for ceepki. 14 Vills. Oh, that was a very sudden disaster for ceepki. And has to use a petard on the ram. And the ram stays repaired, but that should go down. 9 HP left. Yeah, and then down it goes. Alright. So 2 petards. 3 more needed to destroy TC. It takes 5. Castle here shooting each other. Maybe the castle needs to widen the hole on this wall. Longbows would love to pick off the mangonel. Now Thunderbolt had to spend a lot of resources repairing. And hello, Slowx Vision. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So now, I mean, 50 Vills for Thunderbolt. I definitely wouldn't call Thunderbolt crippled. That's a description I think we can say for ceepki. ceepki has 0 on food and literally needs to buy food for petards at this point. And is just hoovering around with the mangonels. I think the only chance for ceepki has to be 5 petards on the TC now. If those walls go up, I think it's even more over. He has to boom a bit. I don't think you can boom a bit when you only have 14 Vills.
Witajcie. Rozkazania? Gotów jestem.
Ready. Jej.
Tak, rozkazania?
Datum?
Alright, longbows will go down. And more rams on this castle. I feel like CP's gonna keep trying as long as this castle's up. But 0 on food just means no more villagers ever. And petard's wasted on rams again, so 1 petard left. Oh man, then ceepki has to be feeling it. I can't imagine the emotions you gotta be going through when you see that TC goes down to 94 hit points. And if you just managed to take a better fight here, maybe not have the Vills block the petards as much, and the TC would have gone down. hello, Forhad Abdul. How you doing? Let me also just double check the Discord to see if we have anything else going on. Sounds like there was some kind of unexpected maintenance, it says. Okay, closing Steam and reopening. It worked for Survivalist. Good. Alright, so Thunderbolt ties it up 1-1 behind an almost wonderful TC snipe. There we go. There it is. GG. Hello, LL. So looks like Survivalist is good to go for a set against Matza too. Wonderful. And CP, you had to put yourself in the mental state of the players. Now that was a huge roller coaster to think. You're just there, you have 7 petards, you only need 5 to destroy the TC, and you just can't get them to pathfind there with all the light cav and the gates and everything. That's sudden death for you, that's sudden death. You're the defender, you're doing everything you can to stop the pathing. GG. Who is the best civ? There's no one best civ for Age of Empires, it always depends on the map. And honestly, if you're just starting out, the civ really doesn't matter. There's no such thing as like playing one civ and only playing one civ. It's very different than other games in that regard. So it's always going to depend on different settings or different maps. So this Thunderbolt did win Arena. Will be Poles over Britons, a matchup where I was going to think the Britons are favored, but Thunderbolt manages to pull it off. I don't know if I'd say that the civs are very similar, because I think the civs actually can be very different, but it's more the differences that develop naturally throughout the game. It's not something like Age of Mythology, where you have to learn how to use different types of villagers right from the Dark Age, and your build order changes completely. Yeah, there are lots of different there's lots of room for evolving strategy throughout the game based on the civ, but it's not like it restricts you from getting started in every game. And the basic strategies that you learn are generally viable for all the civs. Oh, it might be a server issue again. I'm seeing other players are having issues opening lobbies. Yeah, if you want to pick one civ, honestly, something like Huns where you don't have to build houses is maybe what to go for. But honestly, you can do anything you want. You can go random civ, you pick a civ and play with it. You pick a handful of civs and swap between them. So let's see. I've heard that servers might be having issues again. Let's see if that's the case. If we actually can get this going again. Persian douching and sudden death, that is definitely a strat that does not work. No deleting your TC in sudden death. Also, hello, Major Blazer. Spanish archer rush? That's, I mean, you never know when you're going to catch someone off guard with that. Archers into skirms into cav archers, definitely a viable strat. Spanish cav archers are always a viable thing. Also on Twitch, we're at 13,599 followers. So the next follower gets to be a nice round number of 13,600. A Turkish skirmisher. Hey, Turk Genitors are legit good. Oh, and mood swings. Thank you for being in the mood to follow. Water Nomad would be a great sudden death map. Imagine the demos. Hey, look at that nice round number. So let me just double check the Discord and see if they have. Alright, looks like there's another small issue and they're going to try hosting another lobby, so this is outside of our control. Unfortunately, we'll do our best to get around it. Which one will I play next? I don't know, I haven't been playing recently. I've been doing a lot of hosting. I can't play in a World's Edge sponsored event if I'm also hosting it. Are Persian elephants good? They're good if you can afford them. They're very situational and kind of niche, though. Usually you'd only see them in big team games if you have 4 players and it goes late and you have a lot of trade. 1v1s usually you don't see the elephants. Oh, John Slow, thank you for the raid. So we have this set, and then also Survivalist and Matza will cast after this. We had, if you're just joining us, ceepki went for a petard rush, got Thunderbolt's TC down to 94 hit points, but couldn't finish it off, and Thunderbolt now has tied it 1-1. A slow raid. A slow lobby setup, as I think they're still having some problems, but hopefully that gets resolved. So it looks like they restarted and they should be okay. I hope so, at least. Let's see if this lobby code works. Failed to download match content. Okay, I gotta restart my game. Did Hearttt play today? Yes. Yes, he did play today. He was the first set we casted today. Here you go back to the beginning of the VOD. We casted that. Okay, once more. Shall open this link. And invalid match ID. That did not work. LP rehosted though. Different match ID. And alright, next map will be Skakuza. Looks like it'll be Armenians versus Mongols. Am I going to China? I am not. I don't think any of the big English casters are. English casters like King Boo. The English language casters. That's true. Hey, the English caster would have been Zero Empires. Maybe Paradise? He's not English, he's Scottish. How will English stream? Probably they'll just have a clean feed and we'll cast from that. Lewis is a player, though. Viper's still one of the best. These days, Hera is usually considered the #1, though. Viper's still in the top 4 or so. And Doubt's still playing, of course. We all know Doubt's the GOAT. On Conrun44, thank you for the follow earlier. And speaks American. Hasn't lost an S tier. Well, he's lost some A tiers, too. So it's not like he's undefeated. What happened to Prisma? Prisma did not show up, so his opponent got an admin win. AW2 down. It has been having server issues, Alex, so it has certainly been having its share of issues. We've had some games delayed. But this game will be starting, and let me get the circles off. There we go, we'll have Thunderbolt playing as the red Armenians to the southwest, and ceepki as the blue Mongols to the northeast. Now there's a ton of hunt on this map, so this is great for the Mongols. ceepki had both Mongols and a Goss, and opted for the Mongols here. Really chopping that straggler tree. Really chopping the straggler tree. Now I'm going for the zebra. I'll try to lure some of these under the TC, and then go to fight for the middle. Now, what can the Armenians do here? They can do the barracks, they can make spearmen in the Dark Age, they can do men-at-arms and then longswords in the Feudal Age. So they can go for a very aggressive swordsman push to fight for the hunt. Now, we all know, though, that the skirmishers, you get enough of them, they counter feudal longswords. That's what I've seen. Survivalist has started. Yep, we'll cast that Survivalist versus Matza after this. Armenians are for the mule cart. Yeah, the mule cart, but also I think for the early barracks shenanigans they can do. We'll see what Thunderbolt tries to do. He can definitely get creative here. Now remember, this is ceepki's home map. I decided to play this. And must really be liking the Mongols here. And with that mill in the middle, next vills will probably be for houses, then maybe a lumber camp. If you get to castle a two-handed swordsman with a Gambesons destroy TCs, or champions with Gambesons destroy TCs, right? You can do champions in the castle age as Armenians. My goat's wandering around to the north. And I'll have a barracks here for ceepki. The zebras have to scatter. Oh, ooh, no, ceepki, don't run your scout into the TC. It is the old patch. Maybe you can escape. Not with the Vil there. Ooh, okay, okay. See, oh no. Oh, I thought you had gotten it. Nope, ceepki will go down. Or ceepki will go down. Well, some less scouting, but at least you do have Vils that'll see what's going on in the middle. You can keep track of the enemy scout location by seeing them pushing the zebras. You can watch that in the fog of war. Gotta take a phone call. We'll have a good day then, Forehead. Shows -3. That's just their way of marking the admin win then.
Second.
I said, oh, because they made the TC arrows bigger and faster in the new patch. So it'll be harder to escape the TCs. I have a video I've been working on about that. That projectiles are much... They don't hit units in DE like they did in the original game. And as a consequence, the TCs are much worse at shooting the scouts as they're running next to them. And they kind of addressed the symptom by changing the TC arrows, but didn't actually cure the disease. So I think that was a pretty kind of questionable change they made in the patch. That they just made the TC arrows better at shooting the scouts without really addressing the underlying projectile system. So in the old patch, since the patch just came out today, but we're finishing this round of the tournament all in the old patch, the scout can escape the TC a bit more easily than it can in the new patch. On a beautiful map. This was from Warlords. Was this from the scripting competition? I forget who the author was. I think it was. Someone, if I can look that up on Wikipedia real quick. Let me do that. Still wish Capture 8 had an author field. Oh, it was made by Young Panda. All right. It was made by Young Panda. So ceepki taking advantage of the laming, killing some of the forward food. But militia already being trained from Thunderbolt. And this could indicate that eventual Men-at-Arms longsword play in Feudal. So no real hunt able to be taken here from Thunderbolt, especially with that laming. Maybe a couple more ostriches hanging about. And one on gold, mule cart in the back. The drush here. Oh, looks like we have a 5 militia drush from ceepki. Didn't even notice that with all the hunt coming in, but Thunderbolt sure noticed and managed to wall in that mule cart on the gold. 6 militia drush, so huge militia, 7 militia drush into Men-at-Arms for ceepki. And, I mean, Mongols OP with that hunt. Look at this. It's 2 houses that can go down at least. How many Men-at-Arms does it take to break through a palisade wall? 8? If he's able to deny the gold with all the Men-at-Arms, then it just has to be amassing skarms for ceepki. There's the Men-at-Arms upgrade on the way. Men-at-Arms for both of them. But far fewer Men-at-Arms for Thunderbolt. Maybe in a better position to do damage in the middle of the map, though. That's a lot of Vils that might have to turn and fight. That's a couple of weak Vils. There's no loom! No loom! ceepki, no! You don't have loom! No! Oh, ceepki hoping that the Men-at-Arms pressure would work, being 8 Men-at-Arms forward, but no, the Vils don't have loom. They're being absolutely massacred. No! How many times have we seen players not do loom today? Oh, no loom. Well, the loomless Vils will fight off the Men-at-Arms for the moment, but that's now 7-0 on the Eco KD for Thunderbolt. Oh no. And he's still not accomplishing anything with the Men-at-Arms that are forward. 8-0, attacking the mill. 7 useless Men-at-Arms while the Vils at home are dying. Another Man-at-Arms being lured into the TC. That was amazing and exciting until it just wasn't for ceepki. I guess that's just how the previous game went too. And now it'll be an archery range and gold control for Thunderbolt. Double ranges, and this will probably just be an archer opening. And then skirms come out if you see eventually a skirm transition. But I like the strategy, but the execution there left a little something to be desired. Men-at-Arms, ooh, they actually broke through. They actually broke through onto the wood line. That could be scary for Thunderbolt if he doesn't have wood access. Still up by 7 Vils, though. These Men-at-Arms not really getting their share of the fight. Alright, so that maybe turns things around slightly. He did let them in, but now the archers are out. Speedy Men-at-Arms chasing down the archer. Could just chase it back to the TC, though. Men-at-Arms still trying to go for that mill. Thunderbolt actually out of wood for repairing, so we can't repair the mill. And okay, now the Men-at-Arms are in, and now it's time to do some damage. These Vils at least have looms, so that gives them time to run. Men-at-Arms at the front trying to block. Okay, a bit of revenge here for ceepki. ceepki still 500 more resources collected. That's the benefit of being the Mongols. That's the second Vil down. Other Vils make it to the TC. And now Vils for Thunderbolt are gonna start getting to the middle for the hunt. Could be a mule cart now. And more Men-at-Arms on the way. They're having their armor upgrade done. Imagine on the new pathing. Well, on the new pathing, the Vils could also run back faster, right? I guess that goes both ways. Yeah, those Men-at-Arms don't think they're going to destroy a mule cart. They just need to get out now. And maybe get some skirms added along with them. Yeah, we're going to have a range in the middle, and that's going to be skirm time. Does he think he picked Goss? No, he knows he picked Mongols. He's just going for the hunt. The hunt to fuel the Men-at-Arms. Let's see. I have a Discord ping. Everything good there. All right. My archer's killing some zebras. And the fletching on the way for ceepki. Longsword skirm would be better than archers? Maybe. I mean, the archers can lame the zebras at least. So 8-3 Vilcady. Still a huge res collected lead for the Mongols. And now the skirms are here. The skirms are here. They have fletching. They have armor. And now it is skirm Men-at-Arms. I mean, maybe we see skirm longswords from the Mongols. The Mongols, they did at one point have fully upgraded champions. They miss Gambesons, though. And honestly, that hurts significantly against skirms. It'll be... Skirms will do double the damage in the Castle Age, or elite skirms will. Against longswords, it's the difference between 1 and 2 damage. Is it Komodo what gives food? We can do that by changing the resource delta. We could do that. Like wolf skakuza could be a thing. Predator skakuza. Imagine that, beastchi, but the beasts give food. Retreating back to TC to survive the poison. Can you out-heal the poison in the TC? Houseboat without water, what? Yeah, does poison work when garrisoned? I mean, if it does, I mean, units don't die while they're garrisoned. They can get to 0 HP and heal. So that might be what happens to Vils. Maybe they just die in the TC, but then heal and come back to life. I have an old video about that. If you garrisoned a villager while it was in its dying animation and put it in the TC, then it would heal up. If you ungarrison it too quickly, then you just eject the corpse. But if you wait for it to heal and get above 1 HP again, it'll be fine. So yeah, 24 versus 9 military. How many men-at-arms does it take to destroy a TC? The archers cannot engage with all the skirms there. Men-at-arms, they'll need forging. Also could use, well, they do have arson at least. Arson is pretty cheap these days. I'll go for the range. So second range also up. Defensive watchtower at the back. Some men-at-arms are getting in on the wood line again. Let's see if they can pick a villager. At least there will be some idle time. Oh, he does get a Vil. Looks like 2 Vils went down there. So, okay, 10 to 8 Vil KD. Now ceepki actually ahead. The men-at-arms strategy is working. The men-at-arms strategy is working. They'll rush down the tower. The skirms will keep the archers away. And no skirms, no win for Thunderbolt, it would seem. As he thought, I'll just go double range archers against men-at-arms, but that doesn't work when skirms come out. That archer goes down. The men-at-arms still going for the tower. Vils turning to fight. That's 20 Vils and 4 men-at-arms. I think the Vils actually win that. So the tower will stay up on 100 HP. But now 2.5k more res for ceepki. And more men-at-arms still hoovering around. Wait, is all the hunt actually? I've never seen Skakuza where all the hunt gets taken in the feudal age. We're 25 minutes into the game. Those Mongol Vils combined with the laming are insane. Wait a minute, there's going to be 3 animals left. it's horse collar time. Ceepki's going to need farms because there's no more food left. There's a couple of goats he'll get in the back. Could mill the berries. And okay, well, tons of idle time though for Thunderbolt. You know, look at that, 43 minutes of idle time compared to 20, almost 7 minutes of idle TC. But now we have scale mail armor, we have longswords. Could Thunderbolt be making a desperation play for Armenian longswords? I think there's enough skirms out though that the skirms will kill the longswords. This on the new patch? Nope, this is on the old patch. The round of 128 will be on the old patch. I'll probably just jump in live. Well, depends. Like if it somehow is really fast and finishes before this one, then maybe I'll do Rex. Well, we'll make that decision when we get to it. Yeah, this is indeed working somehow. I think it's safe to say that it has worked now, right? Yeah, he's up to the castle age, so then that'll just be a forward workshop and a destroyed TC. So barracks in the back. Not a good feeling when you're trying to make another barracks to fight a player who already has more men-at-arms. TC not even fully garrisoned. Maybe just maybe the men-at-arms could make a play for it. I'll go for more houses. I think the best thing for them to destroy at this point would probably be the range. So longsword on the way, but Thunderbolt stuck in feudal forever. As soon as ceepki gets up, he can do his own longswords and then get the new Castle Age blacksmith upgrades too. Just have the better longswords. Yeah, the sad thing about Gambesons is Mongols no longer have fully upgraded champions. I missed that upgrade now. Now sometimes you'd see that in Mongols versus Goths, the Mongols going fully upgraded champions. And the final zebra being shot. So no No more hunt left, just those two last animals. And all the animals on Skakuza are either lamed or taken. That is lovely to see. Thunderbolt going for the nice line of houses. Workshop going up. And chainmail armor on the way for ceepki. Okay, long swords are in. And is it time to dive the TC? I think it's time to dive the TC. Big longsword fight outside the TC. Skirms are there. Feudal skirms are all you need against longswords, apparently. I don't think that tower goes up. Thunderbolt's gonna have to try to hold again. At TC, 7 vills inside. We'll be getting some shots on the longswords halfway down. Longswords themselves fighting. But they will go down. These longswords do have +2 armor. So that's only, what, 3 damage per TC arrow. Vill's desperately trying to repair. Skirm's there to tank some TC shots, maybe deal some more damage to longswords. 400 HP, the TC no longer can be garrisoned. The Vills have to repair. Thunderbolt short on wood. And the Mangonel gonna come in. Needs to be careful not to Mangonel all the Skirms that are right in the middle of the TC, but Thunderbolt will call the GG. And ceepki does it. So ceepki very close to a 3-0, if only 94 HP left on that TC from Thunderbolt. But ceepki came to play. That's 49 to 48. And Mongol Hunt. Impressive. Very impressive. What a strat. Hello again, Magnet Mood. Yeah, that was a surprising twist that worked out after the disaster earlier. So let's grab that. 2 to 1. Win on Skakuza. So far, everyone winning their home maps. We'll see if Thunderbolt opts for Wellsprings. The Armenians losing to Mongols. And Goths are still there for ceepki. Goths, Spanish, and Persians for sudden death, the remaining civs. Against Bengalis, Turks, and Portuguese. And thank you, Tomahawk X, for the follow. Oh, another capital T ending with X. Name reminiscent of Thunderbolt. Champion of the last Balkan tournament we had 2 months ago. He's the best Croatian player. Okay. Don't think I've ever heard of ceepki before. But nice to see him doing well. Hello, Timmy Bob. I hope you're... Oh, yeah, Timmy Bob, you're playing Yo on Friday. I don't know if I'll cast that, but I'm going to try to cast as much as I can. So if it's at a good time, I'll definitely check it out. So let's see. What do we have now? I almost clicked the wrong set. And Wellsprings, the next map, Wellsprings. Alright, let me grab a quick drink of water during the Dark Age. Double archery range was a mistake, I feel. Tower and farms was one range and wall up. Maybe just one range and skirms would have been the play there, after or transitioning to skirms after a couple ranges. I think the second range was the play at some point, just because the men-at-arms were in a position to threaten the first range, and you didn't want to lose the production. But yeah, definitely a well-practiced strat from ceepki, despite the loom disaster. So here we'll have the next game. It'll be on Wellsprings. We'll have ceepki to the south and Thunderbolt to the northeast. ceepki will be the Spanish, Thunderbolt will be the Portuguese. And again, how this map works, you have 30,000 food on a shorefish under the end of the aqueduct. Villagers repair the aqueduct, as we saw in Andy's set, but military units attack it. And if any single segment of this aqueduct is destroyed, the entire aqueduct, along with any adjacent wall pieces, get destroyed, opening up a passage into your opponent's base. You can castle drop through there, you can raid through there, you can maybe send conchs or organ guns into an economy. But when that happens, it also removes the shorefish. So you might also make a play of maybe you're getting pushed, but your opponent has access to the shorefish, you're losing yours, you just destroy your end to deny them their eco. In the beginning though, you have lots of sheep and lots of boar that you will completely ignore because the shorefish is just much faster. Wouldn't even be surprised to see double mills at some point. I do think that this orientation is maybe a bit nicer because you can get more vills surrounding the entire thing. Don't know if that matters too much though. And, oh wow, look at that lumber camp. Somehow those vills will get back among those trees. You don't have much wood inside of your base, so lumber camps can be awkward. Honestly, really nice positioning there from ceepki. ceepki must be prepared. ceepki, after that last couple of games, ceepki strikes me as a player who's very well prepared for these maps. We could have a cool looking monk war, 2 good monk civs. Spanish, of course, have all of the monk techs. They do also have missionaries, and they do have Inquisition. So overall, the better monk civ, but the Portuguese do have the discounted monks. Don't forget about that gold discount, 80 gold instead of 100 for their monks. And they do have all the techs, aside from Illumination, which is probably the least important Imperial Age tech to grab. The range from block printing and the multi-conversion, or the multi-monk group conversions of Theocracy, probably a bit more important. But they do have everything else. Inquisition, though, for the Spanish, still is a nice benefit overall in the Monk Rush for the Spanish.
Sim. Olá.
So Ville's oversaturating that shorefish. I do think the second mill on the opposite side would be a nice play at some point. But I guess you are very tight on wood on these builds, so maybe a tricky trade-off here. 46 versus 83rd, yeah, so 2K3 versus 1900 apparently with their current elos. Both of them probably a bit higher at some point though. So Ville's coming forward. And is that a loomless Ville again? No loom. No loom for Thunderbolt's Ville. Thunderbolt at least will scout this. We'll see all the Villes on the stone. What are those Gaia buildings? The ruins, they are just scenery. They're around the stone mines. I guess the theme is the destroyed building has dropped some rubble around it, and you're mining the rubble for stone. You're pulling off your Lego rock raiders, clearing of the rubble to grab ore. Yeah, it's the ruined AoE1 building. Would be cool if you could repair it and then get a barracks. Someone suggested that in the chat the other day. That might be fun. I streamed that a couple of times, the remaster. Did any of you also play Lego Rock Raiders? That was actually insane to think a full 3D game came out the same year as AoE 2. We could also go like first person and manually control. Imagine like first person villagers in AoE 2. That would be sick. That was so good. Yep. There was a remaster though. Some fan made a remaster in like the Unreal Engine and Unreal 5. You can go check that out. It's called Manic Miners.
Monday? Presto. Si?
So feudal age there for ceepki. That scout still chasing down the other one. Yeah, Lego Island's also playable on a web browser now. You can go to isle.pizza. Isle.pizza and play it. I had a lot of fun playing that recently again. They decompiled it and now have basically their own source code version of it. So scout goes down, and ceepki now can keep running around with his scout. Double mill, let's go! Finally the double mill on the shorefish. That's what I like to see. Got 13 vills all gathering from that shorefish. That is lovely. Only 1 mill here. And marker goes up there for ceepki. Thunderbolt up to feudal. And Loom then on the way for Thunderbolt. And thank you, Dr. Tragicus, for the follow. Yeah, our good old Indian mirrors. Yeah, the original Indian Civ before they split it up that had the faster shorefish bonus. I suppose you could see Romans here because they do gather from the shorefish 5% faster. That might be an option at some point. Has infinite food? It has 30,000 food. So not quite infinite, but probably more than you'll ever take in a game, or more than you'll ever take before the aqueduct is destroyed. Because once the aqueduct is removed, the shorefish also are removed. So outpost goes down. How much HP does each wall segment has? Only 1,000 hit points. Some good melee and pierce armor to it, but only 1,000 hit points. Oh, okay, Vil fight again. Vil fight here. Okay, 666 stone. CP going for the castle drop, and Thunderbolt saying, "I'm not getting castle dropped. I'm sending my entire village forward to fight you, and not get castle dropped." Now, CP still wants it though. Oh, the castle's just gonna go over here. It'll be a crossover. And some vills out here still fighting. More vills being drawn over. We'll see if Thunderbolt dares go into the gate. It's gonna be a fight on the doorstep for now. Thunderbolt wants to get a kill there. Vill can't quite be pulled back. Some little pathing issues there on the gate. Another Vill goes down.
Olá. Sim.
And Vill is running back from the gate. Vill can leave the gate open. This is where you could do one house to wall. Thunderbolt up by 3 Vills, but now has the castle right on his face. And could be conquistador time. Monk defense here from Thunderbolt. Pathing issue, that's how it's no. It is played on the old patch. So we can only blame Nilly for not having the patch in time for the tournament now. How long have I been streaming non-stop? So far today for 3 hours and 38 minutes. So Sanctity on the way from Thunderbolt. How long was Mem stream? He streamed every single day? That was a long time. That was several years. How would unwell springs look like? Then they'd use the green and brown water. It'd look poisoned.
See.
Presto.
Monks want conversions on the doubled up conquistadors there. Are there 2 conks there or is there 1? Okay, there's 1 there. Thought for a second there might have been 2 conks stacked on top of each other. So defensive double monasteries and workshop for Thunderbolt. Neither player daring to destroy the aqueduct yet. Just this round so far, our plan is to start the next round on the next patch. But that could always change if we find there are significant issues or bugs with the next patch. Like, for example, if the patch were to go live with the bug where the ghost foundations still shot arrows, then of course we wouldn't be able to use it. But I don't know of anything else like that, but who knows in case it comes up. Alright, oh, so the ram's gonna go for the aqueduct now. The ram's gonna go for the aqueduct. And Thunderbolt still has the sheep left. ceepki still has sheep left, and still has a boar left. So time to make a transition to other economy. And we will notice that once the wall goes down, the villagers will not take damage. I believe. Okay, let's just focus on the vills. We know the ram's gonna destroy the wall. We'll see it explode. And it's just the walls and whatnot that are gonna get damaged, not the vills, I think. Okay, let's go ram. There it goes. And yeah, nothing happens to the vills, just the wall. And a wonderful chain reaction as the conquistadors here are still hoovering around. Have to be careful by the monks, and they are not yet devoted. Not yet devoted. Did they lose 1 HP? It might be 1 HP. Okay, yeah. So I guess they're hit by the attack, and it's a minimum attack of 1 HP. And I'll have to double check the map script and see how. Maybe I'll do a video on how the aqueduct works. Was the fish selected too? Well, the fish just disappears. The fish just disappears. Nothing, that's just gone. Now you gotta transition to your sheep and your boar and the rest of your eco. Now you have to remember that you still have a boar left over. Conks counter monks, they do if you get devotion. You need devotion though, gotta be devoted. Yeah, must just deal building damage or fortification damage. Because there's a wall and gate armor class, so it could just deal damage to that. Oh, you need devotion? Butter's a believer. And the conch. You also need accuracy, though, as I was saying. Conchs do not hit their target in DE. Now, there is devotion. Devotion probably lets you get off 2 shots with the conchs. So monks and rams coming forward. There is a big gaping hole in the wall where the aqueduct was. ceepki might want to patch that up. Now, the next decision for ceepki is another forward castle or a defensive castle at home. I don't think there are enough vills forward for a forward castle. 3 rams on the way, and they can go right through that hole. And this is where devotion is going to be needed for the conchs to kill the monks. Yeah, the walls are down. The walls are down from the aqueduct. And ceepki now can see this with the gate. Now can see this, but needs to react. Still has the boar left at home. Vills on the gold. Let's see if ceepki has enough conchs. ceepki's thinking of doing another forward castle drop, but those conchs got to come back. Those comps have to come back. And this is where the conchs cannot engage until the monks finish their conversions. He has to lose villagers here, and once the villagers are lost, then the conchs can engage. You don't want the monks to charge and swap. And enough vills under the TC coming here for ceepki to attack the rams. Conquistadors focusing the monks on the other side. That's 3 rams. Not that many vills here, though. There are a couple of repair vills now, thanks to the conversions. And now it's tricky. You need to destroy the rams fast enough that you can repair the TC. 1 ram there. The ram being repaired. No repairs on the TC yet. TC down to 600 hit points. The ram goes down. The conchs will pick the repair vills. And all the rams are down. Thunderbolt will leave. ceepki's not going to care about those vills. And just say, yes, Thunderbolt, you can have vills in my eco, because I'm building another castle on your face at the same time, and killing more of your own monks. And ceepki wants to pull now the upset. Wants to pull the upset. The 2 vills will attack the TC. Vills have to come back here for ceepki. The vills actually do a lot of damage to TC. He's got to be careful there. But those vills will go down. I guess Spanish would have vills in the late game. But that goes down. TC could use some repairs. This wall is now repaired. And more conks and castles forward. Now 36 to 38 vills, so the vill count's just about evened up. And that castle killing more monks. No fletching on the castle, so no range upgrades. Remember, conks do have an attack bonus. They do 4 attack against rams. So they're actually fairly okay at stopping rams from ramming down castles. Not the greatest, but they are okay. They do 4 damage per gunpowder shot. Per bullet, I guess. An open wall was a trap. Yeah, needed more rams, needed more monks. Push basically got stopped by vills and the mobility of the conquistadors to go back. Sudden death deathmatch? That'd actually be interesting if you couldn't do more TCs in deathmatch. TCs are an important part of deathmatch. I'm gonna try to real P to stop ram pushes on the new patch. The rams will probably pathfind to the TCs better. But then again, on the other hand, your vills will pathfind to fight the rams better. So who knows which way that'll go. I think rams got some changes in the patch too. I know in the past they had more garrison space. I forget what else is changing. Final fletching and hit the TC? That is a very good point. With fletching, you would hit the TC. Fletching and bodkin, you hit the vills under the TC. So that would be a great idea, I think. Captain Ram and Siege... Yeah, that's it. Captain and Siege Ram get less negative armor. So rams themselves are not... Battering rams are not changing. And really important to have that forward castle so you can hop in and out to break the conversions. Okay, 4 monks there. Conks can snipe them off. There's 2 monks down. And that's actually quite a few conversions on the conks. But not quite enough, as they'll be able to hoover on over to the other side of that castle and deny it. Able to pick off the vills now. And that'll just be a doubt castle under his own TC. Bodkin coming in, that'll help take out even more area around that castle. Let's just check the circle. That'll increase for another tile on each side. Converted conks going down. Oh, those vills do not have space. And now it is Thunderbolt, 25 vills. He actually has a vill lead, but that'll probably change quickly as he tries to force up this castle. He's doing a wall in front of his TC, but that castle will take that out right away. Not much HP on it. All the vills are down. And that'll be another castle. Castle could go over here, maybe. Hit the TC. And 2 petards. Conk's still wandering around. They can move out here, find the vills on the stone. He hasn't seen that yet. There's another monk. Conk's... Can he hit the monk? There he goes. Castle will go up, and that'll be 2 castles now. Feels pretty dead. I mean, it does help against petards, but not if the castle targets it first, right? And well, there go the petards getting ready for that castle. 5 petards to destroy TC. Less if the castles do damage, so you might just need 4. So 2 petards here, and ceepki might be on his way to a 3-to-1 lead. Queued a conquistador, but then decided just to go for the petard. Nothing that really threatens him at home. Just walling in the TC with castles. One day we'll see someone walled in with wonders. Now, there are the petards. There's 1. Took the gate out 2. And the next petard will do it. And ceepki will pull off the upset. And with a 3-to-1 win over Thunderbolt, we'll advance to the round of 64. GG's for ceepki. At 72 to 9 KD. 7 conversions for Thunderbolt, not enough. Had a nice ram push. Got ceepki's TC down to 600 hit points. But ceepki managed to hold. And GG. Do I think Persians and Sudden Death are extra strong? I think they're a strong civ. But I think depending on the map and the situation, there are other civs that definitely can compete with them. That's 3-to-1. Spoilers for Survivalist set. Well, I will jump into the Survivalist set now. And how are they? I see they're playing Triple Tunnel. I'm just going to jump right into it. just see if I can... What's the current score in this set, if you could spoil that? Balcony, what's the current score? Oh gosh, capture age is updated. No, don't do that. Should be 1-to-1. Who won which order? Which order, so I can get the capture age scoreboard set up. Alright. Grab the drafts and everything in a moment. So Matza won Canberra and Survivalist won Arena, and now it is Triple Tunnel. I made a tiny version of this map earlier for TCC, and I guess I can just reuse that for sudden death if we do this, if we hit that 100 subscriber goal. I think we'll definitely hit that.
Apa sasana baginda?
So, Survivalist has some men-at-arms in the back of Matza's base. Matza walling up. He'll be getting a galley out to deal with the men-at-arms. He just wants to keep fishing. Wants to fish peacefully. Malay, just for the fish boom on this map. Could be pretty scary if they get a lot of fish traps out. Survivalist did go forward for the range, and will be going for a tower on the gold. Matza trying to defend with a tower of his own. And we'll have a stone wall coming up. Will that go up before the men-at-arms break in? Yeah, should go up in time. Survivalist not able to block with the scout. If he could have gotten on that wall tile, he could block the stone wall from going up, but then you just got to do 2 more behind it. So, tower going up. Both players moving the location of their towers. Men-at-arms being kept out by the palisades.
Iya.
Oh, Romans lost arson? Did they? Well, yes. Okay, they don't have it in this patch. I don't know if they've ever even had arson, but they don't have it. They definitely don't have it here. So mark it at the front for Survivalist. I had it before the infantry buff, okay. Our Romans without some arson. Romans, apparently. Also in April, okay. So Castellator on the way for Survivalist. Another outpost going up for Survivalist. I mean, Survivalist just has outposts everywhere. Gonna go for a blacksmith, he's up. Matza floating a lot of wood. Eco disrupted to the point where he has a lot of extra wood. What is this mill? It's a dangerous one that far in front, to be sure.
Iya.
Survivalist trying to get there with the men-at-arms to kill the Vills.
Salve. Impera sua stima.
Man, I like the one house that Matza has in the south. I always have to look at the dots on the minimap just to figure out what they are. You see those dots and you gotta look for it. Let's maybe check the fishing ships here. Only 2 fishing ships for Survivalist, so not fishing all that heavily for him. Much more heavily for Matza. So in the long run, I do think Matza's gonna have the much better eco because he's 11 fishing ships committed to this. But he's still just stuck in the feudal age. I guess that's not too bad for the Malay because he go up so quickly. But definitely options now for Survivalist just to add in a forward workshop and start pressuring the TC. And if you start getting a mangonel lead, it can be hard to make up for that if you're slower up and slower to get your workshops. Man, maybe room for Matza with all that wood to go up and then just do double workshop? Because he has to throw up the market and the blacksmith, and then he'll have to buy his way up. Is that street a connection? The road down the middle is a connection, yes. The rest of the map is made just using lands and putting a big enough spot for the lands that they connect to each other. It's just the road that's the connection. The rest of the map, I know that because I just looked at the map script this morning when I made the 36x36 version of it. The rest of the map, I used connections for that, for the tiny map. And the connect zone, or yeah, connect one zone to another was actually really useful to do that. I think the zone connection is amazing, and I'm going to have to consider making extensive changes to Rage Forest now, since that's an option. So, Castle Age on the way, and we're seeing double stable. I was thinking double workshop, but Matza realizes, no, his economy is set up for food, he's gonna go elephants. Has to be double stable Malay elephants then. Well, it doesn't have much gold left to work with. How much gold is here? 2.5k. He can maybe get a mining camp on that side and saturate it a bit more, then maybe he's okay. So walls up in front of the TC, Ram comes forward. Speedy Ram from Survivalist immediately rams down one wall segment. TC garrisons and goes to shoot at the longswords. Bills in the back have to repair. And great walling to make the rams more awkward. Matza repairing. Here come the elephants, double elephants on the way. Yeah, that's a lot of longswords though. Are 2 elephants enough here? This is how to make longswords relevant. Play sudden death. Play sudden death. Elephant goes forward, but it's surrounded and immediately taken out by the longswords. Matza calls the GG. GG comes from Survivalist. And that TC will go down. Boom. Survivalist up 2-1. That wall was a bit too late. I mean, if he had that walled earlier, holds this enough and gets maybe 4 elephants, maybe that changes things, but yeah, just up too late to stop the push, up too late to stop the longswords. If longswords are this effective, maybe players got to start using them more in normal games. So that's 16-5 KD in favor of Survivalist. Slightly better eco for Matza with all the fish, and if this were a normal game and he didn't get defeated there, as time went on, would have had a much larger eco, but I guess probably would have lost that anyway from that position. So as the Malay, 2.5 minutes faster is very slow. And that cost him there. So we'll get our out-of-game scoreboard set up. So that's 2-1 for Survivalist. I'll need to find the drafts. Have time to watch game 1. What is game 1? Oh, he didn't stop the ram push because he forgot it was sudden death. Is that what happened? He didn't repair the TC under 2 fortified churches while he was doing a castle. Alright. So we have a draft. Thank you, thank you. Alright, so for the maps so far, that was Survivalist. Losing game 1. Then winning the next 2 games, I guess that was Arena and Triple Tunnel. And hello, Taper Plays. How are you doing? And let's see, do we have a next match going? We do. They're in the lobby. All right, so let me just do a quick ad during the lobby then to get the pre-rolls out of the way. Oh yeah, I'm doing pretty well. And yes, to booze, your eyes do see the epic siege. Let Survivalist know he is muted. Chat, go tell Survivalist he's muted. Maybe one of the tournament admins can message him because he's not supposed to look at his chat. If Razno's still here. Oh, we do appreciate that in Survivalist following the rules and being muted. How to get him DQ'd. I don't want no more admin losses. And I don't want my tournament admins being overridden. He has the 2-minute delay, so it'll take a while for him to realize. Oh no. Yeah. That's something I think it's good if tournament admins can help that out, right? Like we want players to be able to stream, but we also need them not to look at the chat or alerts or get spoiled or anything while streaming. So if you can give them a nice message that they're muted or that they're having issues, that's always appreciated. Okay, did they launch? They did. It'll be Ring of Reeds next. This isn't on the dashboard, so I don't have all the civs for the first 2 games, so apologies for not having them checked off. Talking to give him a heads up? Wonderful. Aztecs versus Armenians for game 1. Alright. That was Aztecs, Armenians for game 1. Chinese, Poles for game 2, and there was Romans, Malay for game 3. Where Malay was the #1 overall civ for Matza, so getting a bit punished for that civ boom. Or for that fish boom. The civ boom. I guess that's what you do with Malay, you fish boom, and that's what the civ strategy is. So welcome to Ring of Reeds. This is the watery version of Ring of Reeds. I don't know how the water on the outside got added in. It used to be rock terrain, but it's shallows out there, so you can dock it and take the shorefish now. There are also some lovely ruins and rugs and statues and flowers and trees and berries and zebra and shorefish and shallows in the middle. You can get demos there. The moist version instead of the dry version of Ring of Reeds. And, oh, what is that Borlor from Matza? Hello? Okay, I guess he just wants the boar inside the walls. We'll take it later. Greedy with fish boom here and... Whoa, where's that boar going? You alpha tested this in the Anvil 4+ years ago. Yeah, we need to have another RMS Cup soon. Oh, ooh, we have some laming. So this is why Matza took the boar so early. He was worried about the laming. And now, because there are shallows out here, this is actually pretty cute. You can actually run away, and the Vils can't block this with a gate or anything, because they can't build on the shallows. Oh, that's really nice. Matza's actually running away on the shallows. He's aware that the Vil will try to stop this. And never mind, he's taking the shorter route. I thought he was doing something clever. But I guess he's far enough from the Vil, he knows it's okay. I thought he was gonna do something really clever there. He's staying near the shallows. He knows about this. He doesn't want Survivalist getting a quick gate or anything. Survivalist isn't giving up. He's giving chase with that Vil. He's like, oh, I'll counter lane, but nope, those boars are safely inside the walls. So okay, so Matze's partially take the boars, but not fully strategy is paid off. I guess he has to be extra careful though that when he opens the gate, he doesn't let the other boar out. So he probably should take that boar right now. So Survivalist Scout is around here. Hasn't seen the boar yet. And the Vil's still going forward. He's looking for it. He's looking for it. Does not want this lane to succeed. And we'll have a Vil coming out here. No Loom versus Loom on the Vil. Ooh, the Scout takes another hit. The Scout takes another hit. And that could be Dessaster for Matza. One more hit. And he's dead. The Vil needs to shoot the boar. This boar is running back. The boar is running to the outside. Both boars are shot by the Vil. Another Vil coming from the rear. The Scout is in the base. The boar has stopped, holding the gate open, and Survivalist will attempt to lame, not going to get the inside boar, but can shoot it down. Both Scouts die to the TC. The Loomless Vil dies, and Survivalist will shoot the Vil over the boar Lelouch style to lame it. Another boar here being taken, almost killed by the TC, but survives. And this boar will be almost killed. They need a house to try to lure it to the TC. Another Vil gets it and will kill it. Oh, this is lone. Survivalist is just like, oh, I'll block your gate with a house while I'm here for good measure. And now Survivalist, he doesn't need to hunt this boar. No, he doesn't need to lure it with the Vil. It'll walk back all by its own. So both players lose the Scouts. Both players will get their boars back. Maybe a bit of idle time for Survivalist or some inefficient economy management if he didn't bring his second boar in this entire time. But sending that Vil all the way forward was worth it. Lots of idle time for him though. This boar is lamed and Matza lost the Vil. So all in all, maybe that worked out well for Survivalist. Matza got the boars on the inside, but maybe should have actually just taken one of the boars with the TC. I don't know why he didn't take one right away. Like I mean, at this level, we should be able. He's 2K plus, should be able to lure a boar while stealing one. The force drop hockey and everything these days. You just got to shoot with the Vils instead of the TC. I should do a recap of this. That was lovely. This is why I don't like the TCs removing the food from the boar change. I think that there really does need to be that risk. The laming's fun. It makes the Dark Age fun. How's the new pathing turning out to be? That's a good question, and we don't know because the patch was dropped in the middle of a tournament, and we're finishing this round on the old patch. So, you can ask us again next week when the round of 64 will be probably on the new patch. First game I played on the new patch, my units froze and wouldn't move up a hill. I am holding back my praise for now. Well, we have Feudal Age on the way from Matza. He'll be up first, doing the forward barracks. I mean, the patch also broke literally all of the maps I had from cartographers, and I got an update ready during the pup. But like immediately as soon as the patch dropped, I got people messaging me, like within an hour, that they were using the maps for other events and they were broken. I literally could not get an update out fast enough. Where can I check the results of this? You can check the challenge bracket. Let me paste that into the YouTube chat if you want. And there are some really nice map scripting features added to it, but I think they definitely could have improved the rollout of the patch in that regard. And to fix spaghetti code? I don't think it's a coding issue. I think it's more a project management issue. Well, that's another tangent. So, Feudal Age on the way from Matza. And the Men-at-Arms will be coming forward. Survivalist still in the Dark Age, just clicking up now. has a forward gold. I think the golds are always forward on this version of the map. So your gold, second gold, and stone all forward. Market blacksmith for survivalist who looks like he might attempt to fast castle behind this, but doesn't have any gold for it yet. Maybe he'll use the market to sell some stone though, as he is mining stone. Has the Hindustanis against the Persians. What's the goal here? Gulams, maybe? And I'll have a forward tower here from Matza, defensive tower from Survivalist. The tower will cover the gold. Once fletching comes in, it'll fully cover it. And it'll just be a tower war for the two of them. Gate goes down. So now Matza can trade with that market if he wants to. I guess he could have traded over the diagonal. Arson men-at-arms on the market. And, I mean, with the tower there, right? Yeah, that's what he's going for. Right now, Survivalist Tower does not defend the market, and he can't repair the market because this tower is here. So actually, Matza looking to break in. Don't know what he'll be able to do once he breaks in, though. Survivalist is on stone, and will probably get a castle up as soon as he's up to the next stage. But at least Matza can cause some damage here. And we'll have middle control, where he can take the shorefish and the deer and all the food that's there. So won't have to do farms all that early. Back to the 2018 Men-at-Arms Tower meta? Maybe, maybe. Only on the closed maps, though, not on Arabia. Yeah, and Survivalist has to do a second tower. Has a lot of stone, but then he did sell the stone, as I said. Sold 300 stone and 200 wood to buy the food to go up. So that tower delaying the gold. I mean, think about that. That was stone he had for a castle that he won't have now. Investing into 2 towers and 300 stone to buy up. He basically has spent almost a castle's worth of stone so far, just dealing with the men-at-arms and the towers. Would you go fish boom outside of Survivalist? That could be an option. I mean, you can dock block this, right? So it should be safe to fish boom. If you do the dock out here, you just have to dock block both sides, and then you can fish boom in the middle. Matza, though, nowhere close to going up. Does have more res collected. But he's not close to going up. Survivalist invested a lot of resources into going up, and he'll have nothing but villagers. He's down by 14 vills. We'll clear the tower just in time to keep his own one alive. And now on the outside, what is this? Oh, the vill! The vill who did that counter-laming is on the outside, building a lumber camp. And she can do something sneaky now. She's still out there. That house is still on the gate. We could see... imagine Survivalist somehow sneaks a 1-vill castle back here and then can have gulams and petards. Demo ships for Matza. Okay, he's up to something sneaky. The house doesn't see the villager. Maybe the market will. Maybe the market will. 8 villagers. Is it inefficient fishing ships? I mean, they're on shorefish out here. It's not like he had to build farms or anything. And okay, maybe he'll see the he sees the outpost. Did he see the villager though? Did you see the villager? And he does have Town Watch now. Town Watch, very useful for your houses. The market goes up. But the vill's still in the back. You'll see it when the outpost goes up. You'll see it when this outpost goes up. Where will the vill? Yeah, he'll see it. He'll see it. Yeah, there we go. Now, now he sees the vill. He's sending his vill to fight. No wheelbarrow for either player, so at the same speed. Matza's gonna wall the vill in before fighting. Oh, Survivalist notices though. He notices. And can he quick wall here and get away? Ooh, if he can quick wall around the side. Couldn't quite get it though. He's gonna try for the stone walls, and he gets it. The least efficient way to wall this, but it works. Little things like that make AoE 2 fun. So here's the castle going up for Survivalist. And with the castle, Matza says, alright, I've had my fun in the middle. Time to get home, get back to safety, go up to the next stage, and oh yeah, what happened to those demo ships? 1 eco KD, so it doesn't look like they killed any vills. Just went forward and didn't really get anything from them. Yeah, kind of like this for the docks, but another one farther out, maybe. And let's see, where is this vill? Where did she go? Oh, she's right back to the lumber camp. She's chopping wood again. are diligent with building outposts. Outposts save lives. And maybe in sudden disaster they save TCs. So here come the Glums. At least they're walled out. That's a lot of gold and food for Matza, who literally could just click imp when he goes up almost. Probably not a good idea with all this pressure though. Don't know how the Persians defend this, and he's gonna think about going to stone. I'll do a monastery. And as similar as Gulams are to eagles, they don't have the conversion resistance. Mangonel push could be threatening, and it will be a defensive defensive workshop for Matza. Persians, of course, will have all that extra town center hit point. All those extra town center hit points. And if you look at his tech tree for the monks, no redemption, no atonement, no sanctity. And no heresy even. So against a monk Mangonel push, they're probably the worst monks possible for defending. Oh, the wall's open. That's lovely. And Matza has not noticed this, and the Gulams will get in. And the Gulams are in for Survivalist. There they go, starting to pick off vills. We do at least have loom. Not gonna have another loomless game. A couple of houses go up. Gulams being able to get near the monastery, though, is a huge advantage. And gold will have to be taken on the outside. At least Matza does have safe outside gold. The walls... Oh, that just goes up in time. And the Gulams will be walled out, for the moment at least. Bills on the houses. And, oh, siege tower for Survivalist, but everything is house walled now. I don't... Okay, but one tile of palisade wall. I don't think he should be able to get in anywhere, right? As long as Matza's paying attention. He should have seen the siege tower already. So double bit axe on the way. Didn't have that yet. He's up by 500 res collected. Still has that eco unit lead with 8 fishing ships. This game is crazy. Mangonel hits the Vill. Now here comes... Oh, this was walled earlier, but it's not walled anymore. The siege tower worked. The siege tower actually worked. He didn't wall behind the palisade, and Survivalist gets through. And now the Gulams... Well, they can maybe die to the TC. They will be quick walled out here. A few more vills will go down. That's 6-0 Eco KD for Survivalist. Could quickly become 8-0. Now there's the 7th Vill. We'll see if he gets back to the TC. Will he get back? Oh, he does. Alright, so that's 7 Vill kills there. And now it's Elephant Ram time. So, Survivalist exploring everything at the workshop. Elephants, onagers, and a siege tower. Just needs a scorpion now. I see so many villas behind. Fishing ships for Matza. Fishing ships. Fishing ships and Persian TC. So vills there can fight the elephant. Matza does perhaps have more time than most civs to react to this because, he is Persians. He can throw up a castle foundation. Actually, these are all melee units, right? Maybe the play is actually delete this house, do the castle over here. And then you can kill the Gulams. I mean, you're Persians, you have more than enough time to build the castle. Just somewhere where the Mangonel can't threaten it from the TC. Yeah, the elephant comes in, but you have enough vills building it, it won't destroy the foundation. And Survivalist going with the elephant. Mangonel will clear the Mangonel. Vills will maybe deal with this elephant. Mangonel can get a shot off. And then the vills can garrison. There they go. Persian TC OP. This would be 47 hit points on a normal TC. This would be destroyed if it were a normal TC. But it's Persians. It's okay. The Gulams don't have their second armor. Bodkin is in on the TC. The siege tower is coming forward. There's no way the siege tower can hop into there. But with the next elephant, Matza will call it. And Survivalist will go up 3-1 and advance to the next round. Lesser will play the Max team. Oh, okay. Remind me about that. I don't know if I'll have time with Sudden Disaster and I still want to do all the Cartographers maps, but I would always love to watch Finland team games. Now that was a game right there. That's part of what makes AoE2 fun, right? No one designed boars with this as their intention, but that's just kind of how they happened. And it's so lovely. And it's going to be such a shame when we get to the next patch and the TCs don't ruin the food on the boar. So 30 to 13 KD, the Gulams did it. The tower rush did some damage, but wasn't enough to punish Survivalist. Hard to do damage in Feudal with how small the enemy base is. Matza still had more res collected at the end, but not enough. Casting it in Finnish. That is a language, as I'm sure you're well aware by your percentage, that I'm sure I do not speak. That's 3-1 for Survivalist. And that's a loss for Matza on Ring of Reeds. And that's a loss for the Persians against the Hindustanis. So congratulations to Survivalist. Whew. And I think that's the last set for today. That's the last I saw scheduled. One of the admins can let me know if we have a schedule set up for tomorrow. Let me check the scheduling channel. Where are we? Confirm times. What do we have for Wednesday? Wednesday. Let me just in confirmed times search for WED. Oh, there has to be a Wednesday set. Did literally no one schedule for Wednesday? Oh, there we go. Wednesday, 16 GMT and 16:30. ACCM and Valessa both playing. 12 GMT, we'll have Target versus Happy the Andy. That could actually be a fun one. All right, so I think tomorrow at 12 GMT is when we start. 13 GMT, Bofors versus Dennis. 15 GMT, Chart versus Tomo. All right. I don't know why Discord search didn't display that. But all right, so it looks like 12 GMT tomorrow. Also, Vinch is playing at 12 GMT. Don't know who his opponent is, though. Margugu playing at 16 GMT versus Big Tasty Bacon. So lots of games tomorrow. All right. So yes, Wednesday. Just Discord search just didn't show me Wednesday results. So thank you all for watching. We'll end stuff on YouTube and raid someone on Twitch. And I'll see you back 12 GMT tomorrow.